I'm in my brain pause. Confused. Yeah, I put them on every still. You can actually see them on every single one, including offline images and everything. I like having them there. It's nice. Sorry, I'm a little cobbled together today. I'm trying to. Life is not an easy game to play. Okay, let's play some Zomboid and focus on that for a little while. I'll do my best. Today's one of those days that everything compounds at once. I feel sometimes, and today's no exception. Watching numbers go every which way, and then comboing in with a couple of other things that are stacked on top. Thankfully, though, we should be okay, and I feel no, there's no issues. Enjoy my frog hat. I am going to just play some Zomboid and enjoy. But yeah, sorry for the weird stream time, I guess. This is like opposite of my normal stream time. Like I said, I still don't have a schedule, so that is a thing as well. I kind of just go live when I have time. Today I have time. It's just I've been running around like crazy. I'm a little exerted, and then I woke up today, and today was like a bad day to wake up. Very rarely do I have bad mornings. I like to believe. But I'm sure it'll recover. It's fine. I just need more tea, and that'll kind of settle me. Wish you're in. Okay, yeah. Agony. Okay, we gotta weight gain today, and then go to March Ridge is the plan, and set up there. Still too hot. Okay. Yeah, the plan right now is going to be to level more things. Not to make a bunch of long blades. I may make a bunch of spoons though to level metalworking to level 8, so that then I can make the longer swords. It's not that bad. It just requires there we go. It just requires metal. So, like lots of metal. I recommend high amounts of propane and work on welding at the same time, taking apart the broken cars in scrap heaps or crossroads, wherever there's lots of broken cars. Mm. Yeah, that's essentially what I was doing for quite a long time, with my other character. Just messing around. Trying to see stuff. Yeah, big fish. I was trying my very best to get to certain stages and understand stuff, but it's difficult when things yeah. At one point, I actually had Van at a stage where he was like super chunked, like overweight kind of chunked. I went a bit far. It was not on purpose. It took a little bit of doing to get him not chunky anymore. Lots of foraged foods. It's because I misunderstood a little bit. Yep. Suddenly, it's like, oh dear, too much weight gain. Not a big deal though. We get through it. Did I make a cake for Higgins? Yes, I did. When it was his birthday on July 9th. I need to remember that his birthday and the survival time are not the same. Um, so his birthday is July 9th, but very frequently in the year, due to the fact of it being a timer, you'll start to lose days on your birthday. So it'll say you've survived a year, but suddenly, so it's just something that I noticed a long time ago is that it's based on a ticker timer for the survival time. Meanwhile, the actual in-game time is an actual calendar. So this up here is a calendar. It like a real calendar. It actually works like functionally, with leap years and everything. As far as I'm aware, I could be wrong on the leap year thing, but I'm pretty sure we've seen February 29th. But in saying that, because the survival time is a ticker timer, the reason why they're different is because you can start your game at any point in the year, right? Any day that you want in the year. So to simplify the formula for survival time, they use a ticker timer. That means every 24 hours is one day, every 30 days is 1 month, and then every 12 months is 1 year. However, as you'll notice, there are some months that have 31 days, and then there's February, which has less days. So if you notice, you're going to be gaining several days on the year gradually, or roughly about a handful, right? This is something that is extremely fringe, and if you really want to go into details on your character's birthday, it's something that you could go based on the survival time if you want, but then the day's changing constantly, right? So, their birthday is not on the same day every year. That's strange to me, anyways. So I went into the deep on it, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna figure this out then. So because Higgins was made on July 9th, that is his birthday in my mind, which means that oh, got you. Um, that means that every July 9th is his actual birthday. But yeah, it's something that I figured out a while ago because, well, I was discussing it with Lamprey actually because we were discussing the the survival time and how all that stuff works, and we came to that conclusion that well, is there actually 31 days? And then we seen it on his game that there was. So, and we're like, okay, so that's strange. And then I later discovered that it is just a ticker timer for the other thing. And yeah, it's all known info. It's just and you know, it's just figuring it out. Usually start on July 1st. Well, then that's your birthday. It's not the day you survive though, which is strange. Separate. It is separate. And then every character in every Zomboid game starts at the age of 27. So in this coming year, Higgins will be turning 29 because it'll be his second year survived. And his first year he was 27, he aged to 28, and one more year, 29. Usually. July 9th is usually their birthday. However, and they're always 27. Every PZ character is 27 years old. I have a screenshot of my character from a wave accumulator mode way back when I was very, very first trying to learn the combat back before I streamed PZ. With Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Jones didn't like zombies. She killed 700 in wave accumulator mode, and she was 27. And then I took a screenshot of the corpse, and it's like the old school models of all the zombies being like the same. But I have that screenshot somewhere. Mrs. John said, and I was so proud of myself from back then. I was like, I got 700, hooray! Young naive self. 700. You're funny. Yeah, it is a victory. It should be celebrated. And back then it was. It was celebrated. Now if I get 700 kills, it's like, yeah, 700 more for the pile. But just early on, those kinds of things are very much Yeah, you could call it it's actually the anniversary of the survival, but because the character is birthed into creation at that moment, would be when, like, unless you choose your birthday, you could choose your own birthday. Canonically, there's nothing that says you can't, right? However, if you were to use the aging mod, it will save your birthday as July 9th, I think, if you start on default, and then so on and so forth, right? Unless the aging mod goes linked to the survival time, which if it is linked to survival time, that's lazy in my book, because it's not, you'll get a different year, a different day every year, and that's weird. It's strange. You're only losing 5 days, marking yourself down as slightly older each time. Yeah, calendars are weird though, and time is relative, anyways. Do you really care? Think anyone's gonna ID you after the during the zombie apocalypse? Excuse me, I'm sorry, you cannot buy this alcohol. No, present your ID. I don't think anyone's IDing anyone, and I don't think that age matters. Like if you think back to cave people days, like do you think they were counting age back then as much? No, you just grew old and then suddenly you were gray and you were considered wise and all of that. I don't really think that they were counting the years nearly as easily. Thank you for my frog hat back. Do appreciate. Mm, sorry, I'm distracted. It's about a mod? No, no, it's not about a mod. I was talking about like just the base game and then just like niche info that nobody pays attention to. It's just niche info. That's all it is. Characters 27 to start, and that's his prior to. The character's age used to be on display in this menu here. That must have hit the side. But yeah, it used to be right here. Character age 27. That is a 140 centimeter gar. That is a heavy, heavy fish. I think I'm gonna. Well, actually. Oh, I tried to. I'm dumb. It's okay. Let's run it back. But then it's only medium. Yeah, I know. I've seen a bit bigger than this, but it was also medium. I've seen the large catfish. I, I'd like to see a large gar, but the 3 times that I was gonna catch a large gar, I'm pretty sure it broke my line. Like the fishing game beat me. Like legit won the battle. I couldn't outpace it. Okay, let's put you in the freezer. Oh yeah, exactly. Three minus 340 is the max. 45 is the maximum encumbrance, and but it's based on size after that. So like you can get a bigger and bigger fish, right? How's it going? Oh, it's going pretty good. I'm having a really good day. Outside of a couple of things, like today was it started off stressful because there was a lot of stuff that still needs sorting and whatnot. And then also today, without going into too much detail, today is a like bill slash. So I'm watching a lot of numbers fly around, and it's not fun. It's one of my least favorite times of the month, is to watch all those numbers fly. Because it's like number go here, number go there, currency here, currency there. It's frustrating and tiresome and annoying, and a lot of that's stressful. And yeah, there's that, and then there's the whole just physically, I need to rest more, I think, and eat better a little bit, better-ish. I had tacos yesterday, which was nice, but I just, maybe I should include more, just, yeah, body pain. It's not good, but I'm old, so that's why. Not like crazy old, but like forever old. Will forever be old. So that's annoying. And then, you know, other such things that are personal and being dealt with gradually and will be dealt with eventually. I'm not worried about that stuff nearly as much because it doesn't really matter as much because it's stuff that's not privy to me as much. I'm just that and comboing win with other stresses, like hoping that the paperwork stuff goes good, and then we auction stuff was annoying, but you know it went well, so I gotta be thankful for that at the very least. But yeah, tax season is not nearly like the tax season portion. I've done it so often that I'm not even phased by it anymore. That part is easy. I can do taxes in my sleep. Yeah, I'm glad that you guys are here. It's nice, especially if things are you know. That's the thing is when things are at their toughest, is when you can really see folks count kind of thing. Because you got to be able to try and go through trials of adversity, and then also from there, it's like, you know, you can kind of progress, improve, etc. It's the same as Zomboid. If you want to survive a long time in Zomboid, you got to be able to go through the fire. That is the truth with Zomboid. Anybody can survive for a ridiculous amount of time. It's possible. I believe that my survival score, my kills, and all that, anyone can achieve that. It's just a matter of getting to that point. Yeah, you know, life is something that's always flowing and going in certain directions. Um, sorry. Let's drop you on the ground. I noticed that barbells are no longer as rare as they once were. They used to be a lot more rare, but I think they upped the total for the barbells because they want to make sure that people are getting their strength gains. At least that's what I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume, because I've seen, trust me, before you'd see like one barbell maybe in a playthrough, maybe one dumbbell if you're lucky. Now I'm seeing like, 12, 15, roughly. So they definitely have higher amounts. Let's go sleep. We're going to be not killing very much zombies at the moment because we are on a weight gain thing. This is Higgins' training montage right before he goes and fights March Ridge. Oh, are you okay? You okay, Higgins? No, go back to bed. It's fine. Wait. I should bring your bedside beer so that you can go to sleep better. Okay, let's grab this. You found me in Unknown's Discord? Oh, I've seen your thing. Here, one sec. I've seen you before. Am I not? I don't think I am. But I've seen you.
You're amazing.
Because you're like a Snorlax. I've posted and I've seen your picture. It's cool. But usually I see it when I'm going live, so I don't have the chance to come say hi. Hopefully you're having a good time with whatever you're up to. Okay, let's see. Go do some outside stuff. Also, let's go look at the wall, because I heard what sounded like rapping, which means maybe a zombie? Maybe? No, maybe not. Just being crazy. How many zombies have I killed this run? 20,901. It's an apocalypse playthrough though. So there's not too many zombies in each of the areas. If we look at the current map though, my map looks like this, and we have defeated Rosewood, the prison, Palace Lake, Irvington. Irvington was fun. And we also defeated West Point and Muldra. We just defeated Muldra yesterday. So the next target on my list is to defeat Martridge. And coincidentally, we activated the annotated map for the Martridge apartments. So you don't play this game because of anxiety? I can understand that. It could be very anxiety induced. Hey, it's Whiskey. How goes, Whiskey? Are you having a good day? Whiskey sent us? Yeah. Hopefully you're going good. Whiskey, look! You may recognize where I'm living. From when we were doing our thing. Remember? Remember the race? is good. I'll do my brief intro-y thing, and then I'll wave at Whiskey, because I know what he was up to, because I was watching him just a bit ago. Watching you from the sides, doing my my lurky thing that I like to do. Like that, like that. Okay. Shall we There. Reminds me though that I probably should drive over to Muldraw and pick up some stuff that I left there because I left my other katana thing there, so I should get that. But for those that haven't seen this character, this is Van Higgins. He is a character that I started a while ago because I thought that, well, he was going to be a charity. Like he was part of a charity event that where I had integration where I would shout and shoot zombies and a bunch of other stuff, right? All linked to charity, which was really fun. I expected him to die, and he did not. So here he is. He's now got other quests going on. Yeah, let's get to Agony, shall we? Let's go first. Eat a roast. I'm doing pretty good. Hopefully you're doing good, Whiskey. Given, well, I did mention earlier that I'm under a little pressure and a little bit of stress today, but that's fine. Like, I mean, that happens. Ebbs and flows in life, you know. You gotta deal with some stuff as time goes on, and you do the best you can with what you got. But that said, outside of those certain parameters, I'm doing pretty okay. Oh, I forgot. Let's do these. Oh, we gotta go slower. Going up to the highest form of time control right now is bad. Doesn't work quite so well. You're bats and zombies, even for a short time? Oh yeah, definitely. It'll ease back some of my stresses for sure to smash some zombies here in a bit. But for right now, we're gonna be just getting Van's weight back up and you know doing some fitness related activities, which are not as fun, but they are necessary. If you want to survive for a long time, this is one of the things that you got to get used to is this stuff that's not as fun. The maintenance of the character, similar to The Sims, where you got to you got to get all your Sims, got to make them happy in order to get them to get that promotion. Same for your Zomboid character. You need to do the boring stuff in order to go and have fun with the other stuff, like the looting and the fighting and all that stuff, or the building. You got to do the some of it's less fun. So like taking care of stuff, maintaining. But yeah, we should be able to get Van up there. I need to make friends. Yeah, making friends is and then maintaining those friendships, and then if those friendships happen to, like they become enemies, like the friends become enemies with each other, and it starts adding to the social dynamics of things being tough, because they start getting mad, and sometimes they break your stuff. Ah, it's really annoying. We're gonna play The Sims again. That is on my to-do list. We also are going to do Valheim probably at some point this week. And then I also need to let everyone know that this upcoming week, so this, not today, but next Saturday through to like Wednesday, I'm not going to be around. I'm going out of town. So I'm going to try my best to keep everybody informed on that. But it's just part of my job and part of my business is that I need to sometimes go out of town. I won't be here. I'm able to watch streams though, so that's kind of nice. The current Sims or the anniversary ones? Nope. Thank you very much for the gifted subs, Randall Thor. Do very much appreciate. If you received a gifted sub, enjoy your frog emotes as well as your ad-free viewing. No more ads. I do appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a good day. My day has been tough, but it's getting better. That's good. Not too bad. That's solid. Right now, I am hoping to get Higgins to the point where he's back up and into the 80s for his weight. And then once he's back up in the 80s, then we can start pushing towards other things. Grab you. But yeah, during one of these days when we're in agony, we'll head over to Muldraw and we'll get some more items. I'll just make sure that the vehicle's empty so that when we do it, it's good. Yeah, I do very much appreciate you. Oops. Let's see, you're empty, right? I know I have the scrap metal gloves because I found them on a zombie. I need to find them in my inventory really quickly. Where would I have put them? Why did I put them in my bag? Get rid of these things. You found a chicken hat and made your entire... You feel... Oh, okay. Yeah, chicken hat would make you feel extremely good. That is true. Those, that does seem like a really cool thing to find. I haven't found a chicken hat. I found keychains, though. Lots and lots of kinds of keychains. I recommend keeping an eye out because there's some really cool ones. I've seen, like, prayer hands. I've seen, fish keychains, spiffo keychains, kitty keychains. We actually have a kitty keychain over here. I'll show you. Because I put all the Irvington keys on it. It's right here. See? Kitty keychain. All like this is the keys to Irvington. Because keys have weight now on the default settings. So you can't really pick up every single key, right? So I've been picking up some keys. Another cool trick that I have that because I'm playing a single player world and I don't have to worry about people stealing my cars, is if I get a key, I actually turned on a setting here under accessibility. Or is it leave key in ignition? This setting. Because that way, when I go into a vehicle, I leave the key in the ignition. I don't take it with me, and that way it's always in the ignition and I don't need to worry about it. Because most of the time it's either you have the key or you don't, and if you don't have the key, you've hotwired the vehicle, right? So it'll drain the battery. I have a generator with large amounts of car batteries, so it's fine. I don't know if it actually drains the battery by that much. I haven't noticed it anyways. Thank you very much for the hype train. Do very much appreciate. But see, for example, this vehicle has had a key in its ignition, and it's what? at 32%? Or, wait. Yeah, 32%. So it takes forever to drain. It didn't drain the battery? Okay, well then it doesn't drain the battery. I don't know. I know that it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, if you're rated enough, you can get a car battery charger, and then you can just recharge your battery with a generator. So, point is moot. Yeah, thank you again for the hype train. Do very much appreciate. I still haven't set up that, but I will eventually. It's on my to-do list to set that up as well, so that we have it's like I'm thinking like frog conductor for that. Okay, so they fixed the battery drain so it doesn't anymore? You hope they add jumper cables at some point? Maybe. I'm sure there's other things that they've got they're prioritizing at the moment. But who knows? How's my weight doing? 77. We're doing good. Let's go sleep. But I can't see you right now. That is a good one. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing okay. My health is, like it's good-ish. I don't know. I probably should schedule some kind of appointment. But I figure everybody's got something, right? And I don't want to waste the time of the doctors. They've got other people that they need to save and help. No, my Atlas friend. It's okay, Rat. The hat will come back eventually. It's just the chat likes to run around with it, and I'm okay with that. It means that they're having fun. How goes with your science, Rat? Have you been having fun? Let's go and take a break on the science. Now you're just playing the game? Oh, wow. That sounds fun. Okay, we'll drive over to Muldron now, and we will go collect some items, because... even for the smallest thing, I've just been having some... yeah, some issues. But it's fine. I'm sure that I'll be okay. Specifically this morning, it was really unpleasant. But that's fine. That's one of the reasons why I started stream late today, is because well, it's compounding with a bunch of other stuff and other issues and stuff and numbers and etc. Like I've gone over it already in the beginning of the stream, kind of in a general sense. lots of things compiling all at once, and then that I am taking care of myself best I can. Because I know that I need to be well so that I can be there for Emma here in the near future. And then for as long as I physically can. Um, in the long term, like trying my very best to live my longest life so that I can be there with Emma for the whole thing. But yeah, that said, it was very unpleasant this morning in terms of just weirdness, uncomfortable ishness. The doctor still has no clue. That's kind of how it goes, right? But then doctors are also sponsored by medications, and it becomes interesting when you go into the pharma side of things. Um, there's a lot of stuff we don't know, and I wish we did know. One day we'll have a better understanding of human beings, but oh, hello. I like how Muldra's been dead for as long as it has been, and yet there's still the occasional zombie that wanders in. This zombie has really clean clothes. Like, look how clean those clothes are for how long that zombie's been around. That zombie's lived as long as my character, almost 2 years. Pristine clothes. They must have been tucked away in an indoor area for ages. Yeah, happy Sunday and or Saturday, depending on where you are. For me, it's still Saturday. For a long time, actually. It's like 1 p.m., which is weird to be streaming at this time, but it's fine. I don't have a schedule yet, so it's not like I'm bound to anything. One day we'll have a schedule, but that isn't today. Yeah, thankfully, that's good. I'm glad that your health is at least somewhat okay. Yeah. It'd be kind of cool if doctors had that same thing that racetrack drive. I feel like doctors and politicians should both have to wear those race blazers that show all of the sponsors. You know, like for like the racing, how they have like the sponsors all over their clothes and their car. It'd be useful, and you know where they stand. Yeah, and sometimes people don't give you all the information, and they seem to do this weird thing called lying, whether it be through omission or through. There's a lot of things that are tough that folks do. Sometimes they don't even know themselves that they're lying. You know, they lie to themselves so hard that they believe it to be true. Um, Gonorrhea. I don't know. It's one of those things where intestinal issues end up being a lot of the time based on what you're eating, and if you're eating the wrong things, or too much of something. But then again, human beings also get cravings. Outside of the craving for sugar and salt, which are very like and fats and all of that, which are just natural body cravings. There are cravings that you get sometimes for certain things, and it ends up being kind of self medicating. Like you can kind of lean into certain things without realizing it. Is the frog in the room with us? Frog in the room with us. Oops, I didn't even see that one. Oops, sorry. No, the both frogs are back in the base. I like to keep them safe. Sometimes I carry one around with me, but not this time. But I like to keep Ray and Pam in the original base. Wherever the original base is, that's usually where they reside. Enjoy your lurk. I'm gonna chill. Yeah, you should pocket frog. Or there was a trait in more. So the only time I've ever been tempted to play with the more traits mod is because they have a trait where you can, it costs like, I think it was +1 or something, and it's frog companion. You get a free frog at the beginning of the game. It's the most tempted I've ever been. That said, though, more traits has very often overpowered in a way for a lot of things, so that's why I don't use it. You get a lot of traits where your character is basically unkillable to an extent. Same with the dynamic traits thing. Imagine if my character had dynamic traits in this run. He'd just, there'd be no killing him. He would just be forever. The zombies will get him eventually, I feel. And if they don't, that's a happy, pleasant surprise that we get to carry him on to the next special effects charity thing next year. Yeah, but see that the getting the debuffs, it would suck, but at the same time, if you got the debuffs, you'd go sort them out. The only time I can see those sucking really is if you get them during the evenings and or not evenings, if you get them during combat. To which then you should just back off and go and get your debuffs sorted. It's the same strategy is used in standard gameplay in vanilla. You see that you're exerted, back off. Why are you continuing to fight out of exertion? However, in saying that, there are cases where you will keep fighting with exertion if you know your limits. So there are times where folks will probably see me keep fighting through my exertion. It's usually because I know that the end of the zombies is coming and or I'm trying to get a few extra kills before I run off, depending on my fitness level. Right now, for example, Higgins is level 6 fitness, right? Yeah, level 6 fitness, which means that he is fairly apt to deal with his exertion. So I don't need to think about exertion as much. Okay, well then what else do I have to think about? They added in muscle strain, and we're playing on ×2 muscle strain, right? So I have to think about that a little bit. All right, well, which weapon am I using? Am I building up a large amount of muscle strain because of my weapon skill being kind of bad? Maybe. Like right now, we're going to be gaining probably up to orange muscle strain, which for understanding purposes, orange muscle strain doesn't cause any damage to your character. It's when the muscle strain goes red is when it actually starts hurting you. So it's good to be aware that it's like a warning. Orange muscle strain is a warning. Hey, you're starting to get a little bit high on your muscle strain. And then red is, okay, now you've pushed it a little far. And then it can keep going. The red can keep going and keep building until it hits 100%. So, and at which you'll notice it more. Something that is not particularly clear is that there are different levels of red muscle strain. That's not clear in the health tab, nor is it clear in your pain Moodle. It doesn't really explain it, but there are different tiers of muscle pain that exist beyond just the orange and the red. As you build up even higher levels of muscle strain, your character's attack speed starts taking a hit as well. And so does, their damage as well. It's similar to being fatigued. So muscle strain is kind of like a hybrid exertion fatigue mechanic, sort of, because it lowers your damage and it also lowers your attack speed once you build up enough of it. No, we're not close enough. Yeah, desensitize got nerfed. It's not as good as it once was. It's still pretty good though, but it's not as good as it once was. It's not perfect panic reduction anymore. It's like 90% panic reduction. Or 95? I can't remember. It's something like that. It's high though. That's another thing that I didn't. Stress is one of those things. I think it could be just stress issues. Hmm. Because stress doesn't apply in the game in the same way as it would in reality. In reality, when you get stressed, it does affect your health. Like it's not great to be stressed. It's like, but in the game it doesn't really do anything, right? It makes your character a little bit worse, but not sizably worse. Where did I put that? Might have been North Muldra? I need to check. So we're gonna go North Muldra really quick and just check along the road. well. I don't have the backspace for this, do I? I want to struggle, but I find it a hard way. Okay, if you're tempted, then don't, I guess? I don't know. It's up to you to decide whether you want the info. I may not have the answer. That is just the honest truth, is I might not know. But then I might have the answer, and then you can get your easy answer. But then again, it takes away from the fun, right? So I'm trying to figure it out for yourself. Up to you. You do you. There is not a guarantee that I will know. But it's possible. I'll ask, but please don't answer. Okay. Does that mean the chat can answer, though? Because if chat knows the answer, which more than likely they probably will, chat's more knowledgeable than I am sometimes on some things. So you're going to ask a rhetorical question. But if you're going to ask a rhetorical question, then be warned that folks may be tempted to answer. Yeah, that right there. Snoot smile. Okay, yeah, in my opinion, don't ask then. Spoiler smileys. If you don't want to know the answer, don't ask. Because there's always going to be that person that in earnest wants to answer you. And they don't mean any harm. They just, you know, they just are in earnest. They want to help. Sometimes they'll help even when you say, hey, don't give me the answer. Because they really are passionate and want to help. Or sometimes they do it in a malicious way. It depends on the person. There are two types of that. Or there's more than two types, but those are the two prominent types. Are the passionate individual that wants to help, and then the person that just wants to correct because, you know, they want to be right and show everyone that they're right, which is those are that. You'll ask, then close the tab. Instead of doing that, just don't ask. I'd prefer you not. I just typed it out. It's okay. Copy it. And this is what I used to do when I used to get mad in games. Because can you imagine me angry in games? Maybe. It's possible. I do this. I type out this whatever it is. I hit Control A and then I backspace. Why? Because especially when you're playing competitive games like Overwatch or League of Legends or any of those kinds of super competitive games, telling the other people on your team that they're absolutely not understanding how they play the game, you know, because they don't. They're most of the time they really are not gonna know. They're potatoes on your team, right? For some reason, there's potatoes on your team, and the enemy team is always so much more skilled. No, that's not how it is. What it is there's 4 potatoes on your team and there's 5 potatoes on the enemy team. And if you tell your potatoes that they're not good, they're going to be sad and not grow properly. That's what's going to happen. You're going to affect them negatively and they're going to play worse than they currently are. So don't tell the potatoes that they're bad. It's a waste of your effort, and also you're causing someone else to be sad. So just as much as you're frustrated, that what I would recommend is, 1, play with chat off, because chat doesn't matter until you're in the high levels, and even if you're in the high levels, we don't talk very much in the higher levels of competitive gameplay. We talk a little bit. Sometimes we'll trade strats and all that, but it's just like it's not necessary, so just mute it first. Secondly, same for voice chat. If they're demanding you get in voice chat, no, it's a waste of your effort. It's a waste of your time. Don't bother. Moving on from there, it's the other part is if you're going to do that, then obviously you know that you can't see their responses, so you could type trash to them, but at the same time that's a waste of your effort. Like I just said, then they're going to spend their time typing trash back to you that they can't see, and they're not going to be playing the game, right? So logic dictates don't bother. And in this case too, it also don't bother, because a rhetorical question in this way is not as useful, right? Because somebody will answer it. Outside of, for example, there are rhetorical questions in games that you can kind of have that are like, if the playthrough is specifically like that. A good example of that would be Snoot's Valheim playthrough. Snoot's constantly asking rhetorical questions, but it's under the rules of the chat and the stream to not answer said rhetorical questions. Exactly. That smile there. I think the fun part about that is that, like, learning together, because there's some folks in Snoot's stream that don't know Valheim at all. Myself, for example, I don't understand what's going on most of the time because I've not made it that far. But eventually, and I still don't know a lot of things, and I haven't really spoiled much for myself outside of one thing. There is one thing I spoiled for myself, and that was I seen Snoot put the Elder Ancient Seeds into the pot to summon the Elder Boss. So that's the only thing I spoiled for myself. And, you know, it's not that big a deal anyways, because I would have figured it out. Because I would have brought every single plant-related object over to that shrine, and I would have used it on there. But yeah, the community for Minecraft especially is extremely passionate, and they want you to min-max all the time. That's one of the more frustrating parts of the community. But it's also a good part of the community because it improves the community as a whole, similar to Zomboid. I have a lot of information about this game. If folks ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. But at the same time, I may be wrong. And if I'm wrong, somebody else in the chat will correct me. And thus we'll all grow together. But yeah, if you don't want to know an answer to something, don't ask. It's the easiest way. Simplest, right? PvE or strictly solo? Yeah, I understand. What are the good towns to base in? Any town that is there's a lot of things that depend. There's some things that are common though that are you want to be near water and you want to need or animals. So those are interchangeable now because cows and sheep can produce milk and milk equals calories. So basically you want to be near calories so that you can gain weight. And then you want to be able to be closer to whichever area you plan to siege. So making outposts is going to be very positive. You're going to be wanting to do that. That said, though, there is no perfect answer to where to base. It's all based on perception and like what you like as a player. Yeah, it's fairly dependent on the settings. Some things will be some bases will be better, some will be worse. It just depends. And you can make anything work. Anybody can make anything work. You just have to put in the right effort for it, right? Because I could base in... It's just out of convenience that I'm going to base closer to wherever I'm planning to go at, right? I'm just coming up here for a second just to look for something. Which Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah, it's a great game. It's a great book. Very, very good series. I got Emma to watch the movie as well. I very much enjoyed that film. Well, they cut out a lot of stuff from the book, but they always can. They always do that for everything, right? You can't fit the whole book in a movie. It's just not possible. The movie is good. You gotta go into that film, though, ready for some strange stuff. Remember there was a survivor backpack somewhere. Is it here? I don't remember. Excuse me. I mean, it's not a big deal. We'll start driving back now. Oops. Sorry. You okay? Yeah, okay, let's go back home. No. The answer is, the short answer is no. I can go into detail, but the answer is no. That particular skill is not particularly great at all. It is you're 100% stuck with visuals at that point, and you don't get the audio cues. Although I think the jump scare noise still works, which is strange to think about. I've done a handful of deaf runs. They've all died the same way. Me not, well, me not hearing, to put it plainly. Stuff happening around me that I'm not paying enough attention to. That if I had hearing, I would be able to not die. Well, it's not even that. That one's the most common that folks would refer to. But you gotta think, like, if you're playing often helis, there's no visual indicator for the helicopter. There's no, like, shadow on the ground to let you know, hey, there's a helicopter here. So a deaf playthrough that's got often helis on is just super scary because you don't know if there's a helicopter happening or not. Super sketchy. Yeah, I do feel like it's a bit of an accessibility problem for folks that are deaf, and I mean, or hard of hearing. But I don't know if you can see it up here, but there's a little thing that shows my songs. You didn't know that I like the Crypt of the Necrodancer? I like the game. I've never been very good at it though because my internal metronome is something that I would have to practice on. I've got perfect pitch, which is really useful for certain things, but having my internal metronome's not great. It's not super good. I'd have to keep practicing the game in order to get better at it. Um, it is a cool game though. Can always appreciate a game that has like one of those shopkeeper mechanics, like what's it called? Spelunky. Spelunky's another one that has a really awesome soundtrack. You've been enjoying Barony? I haven't played Barony. Do I play any instrument? I used to play the piano, and the trumpet. The piano, because I got embarrassed one time when I was little. Somebody was playing the piano and I wanted to try, and so like I went and tried and failed. Oh dear. I hope neither one of these were your mom. Brave driving with no headlights. The headlights aren't that great anyways. They've never been that good. Thank you for the frog hat. Do appreciate. Oh wait, you took my frog hat away. My brain is completely flipped. My bad. It's not enough tea. I need to go make more tea because my teacup's been empty for a little bit. We'll do that here in a moment when I get back. I need to drive back all the way. Oh dear. No, you can't give me a ticket. I'm Van. I'm Van Higgins. I'm the law. You can't give me a ticket. That's not how that works. I am the law. Driving without a license? That's not true. Van Higgins has a license. He's got an ID and he's got a badge. And I carry both on me as opposed to, I know a lot of folks that don't. There's a lot of folks that don't carry documents around with them and they're driving around. You get into an accident, that's dangerous. You make sure you carry around your documents so that if you get into an accident, then you'll be okay. Yeah, more tea does sound good. I'm a little bit fatigued. And tea helps with that. You keep your badge and your ID too? See, yeah. It's the best way. Did you find a D20 to make all your hard decisions? I haven't had a hard decision yet, but gotta have a D20 just in case. Those hard decisions. You're going to... Oh. See, this is why, I'm hoping that you're okay, Elm. Because that person's not. Person became one with the pavement. There is a bag somewhere within Moldra that has an item that I need. Well, thank you very much for the subscription. Do very much appreciate. Enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes. Alright, I'm gonna BRB here in a sec so that I can get some tea. Oh. I will. Yes. Glow sticks. It's a good reason. Okay. Be right back. All right, let's continue. Exercise time. Training montage. And it's going to be ready for March Ridge. Oh, did I put it in the bag by accident? Go, Van, go. He's a machine that turns calories into strength. What's this? The picture? The numbers in the bar, top right next to the time. Oh, that's actually all custom and it's part of OBS, not part of the game. So the picture with the little is the with this. Oh, you're talking about this. This one's not called Rune XP. This one's called OSRS. Or are you talking about this stuff? Which thing are you talking about? Because this stuff is custom, but this is not. So this right here is well, it's not custom, but this is a mask that just shows my my songs, and then this is just this is linked to a file for survival time and kills. But this thing right up here, this is a mod that is attached to the game. And this one's called OSRS retextured. So here's the mod. Here, I'll show you. Move myself out the way. Right there. OSRS XP drops retextured is what it's called. So you can pause and look at these if you want, but I have no mods that change gameplay. All of these are visual stuff. There we go. Hello. This one has all the pictures. And this one, all the pictures are linked to the game in some way. So, like, see, all of the pictures, there's no little star or whatever that was, landmine or whatever. It's there. These are all linked to the game in some way. So, you know, part of Zomboid's picture set. I much prefer it because then it's easy to tell what exactly I'm leveling based on the picture that's up there. It just shows me XP. It's the same as this. It's essentially like having this active up here. But it shows you whatever is leveling currently. And you can set it up to be whatever you want. I could even put fitness and strength on there. I'm not gonna, but, you know. It tells you exact amounts, though, in numbers. Like, so current level, how much till the next level, stuff like that. It's just nice to have. Because then you can see, oh, I'm really close to leveling such and such. I might as well just do the extra work, right? As opposed to, you know, not noticing it until you open the menu with K. Or, sorry, that's my hotkey. You guys might be set to a different one. But I changed a lot of some of the hotkeys so that they made more sense. So this one's on J, this one's on K, FPS is on L. Just because it seemed nice to have them in a line like that. What mouse do I use? Death Adder. But any mouse would be fine. I liked the Corsair that I had for a while until it started double clicking. But yeah, any mouse will do. Nope, never seen it. You can post a picture on it in the gallery in the Discord if you'd like. There you go. Because I am going to be getting a new mouse. But not now. I'm hoping this one lasts until... Trying to push yourself on time 16? It's just a matter of first focus on your character. Don't even worry too much about the zombies. As much as it sucks, you need to focus on getting your character in a situation where they can be good. Especially if you're doing 0 to hero. Which most folks that do time 16 also pair it with 0 to hero. Not saying that you are, but it's just that I'm guessing. You gotta focus on your character first, and then move from there. Kind of gotta do that anyways. Because the character, you need to level their weapon skill. Take a look when I want. Sure, I'll have a look here in a bit. Right now, I'm just gonna try and get the regularity up for dumbbell presses, and then we'll do the same thing for the barbell curls, and then I just have bicep curls to max, and then that's it. And then I've done all the fitness to max regularity. And then we'll focus on squats, because squats are the best for training fitness. Finding a place to sleep. Yeah, I understand. Are you doing often helis as well? No, that's it. Can't do any more at the moment because we're in agony. Or are you just doing time 16? I'm sorry, the reason why I'm asking these questions is because I'm trying to gauge the difficulty and I'm trying to formulate my response based on that. So, like, what I would like to say based on that. Oh, you can do that with any mouse for the most part. I know that Corsair and Razer both let you do it with their mice as well. Um, but here, I'll have a look at that picture that you sent. Oh, I forgot why I was looking at Discord in the first place. I was responding to Emma. Oh, you're talking about this one. Yeah, I've seen this mouse before. I'm not a big fan on it because it's got too many buttons. I like 2 buttons. I'm happy with 2 buttons on the side. Having like a mouse that has like a million buttons is too many buttons. I used to have a mouse that had 9 buttons on the side. But I eventually got rid of it because it was too many buttons. I used to play WoW though, so it was good for macros back then. And because I used to dual box, you know, useful. I was trying to get good enough to do 5 characters so I could dungeon by myself. But then I decided nah, because I wasn't having as much fun in WoW. I'd throw the scar back if I could. Alright, we're in agony, so what better time to... Let's see, do we want to level anything? How much propane do we have here? Like 1 thing of propane, no, 2 things of propane left. Let's see about going and grabbing those. This song makes you feel... This song makes me remember the first time I made it to the end of the Elite Four when playing Pokemon. That's why I have this on the playlist. The very, very first time I had ever made it to the end. And I was like... So, I was like, wow, I made it. And then I beat the rival. And I got to see the final ending. And it was cool. And it was touch and go. Because back then, I didn't really... like use very many items. I didn't, and my Pokemon weren't always all level 100 when I made it to the end. They were like level 60 through like 70, maybe 80. I don't remember, but it was like it was close. It was a close fight. And that's why this one's on the playlist. All of my songs on the playlist have little stories like that behind them. Whether they're games that I played with Emma, they're games that I played in the past, nostalgic sort of, you know, they all have their special sort of quality to them. No, this is the max. It's agony. Agony is the maximum of pain that you'll feel. Is sorry, sorry, sorry. I'm trying to. I need you, and I need you. Okay, now we gotta go. But yeah, this is the maximum pain you can feel. It's not fun to be in agony. It lowers your damage. It's not very great. The reason why so I can't work out anymore, and it's because of muscle strain caused by exercise. Because I did do all the exercises, as well as I'm trying to max out regularity on the barbells and the dumbbells. Mm, I need at least one. I'm sure I have at least one. Yeah. Oh, I have a few. We'll bring two. Do I need the welding mask, or do I have a welding mask? Oh no, I have both. Enough. Is it normal for 15 minutes to feel like one limit? Yeah, that's normal. What happens is it's a time thing. You're losing time based on some things around you that like you're focusing on. So you've got like if you're having fun, especially that can cause sort of it's like time to speed up a little bit because you're not focused on the time. You're focused on enjoying whatever it is that you're around. It can work in the reverse too. So like things taking longer than they feel because of you're not enjoying them, or perhaps there's stress around them, or perhaps it's an anticipation thing. For me, I go into waiting mode when I'm waiting for something, like which waiting mode sucks. By the way, it's like the worst. It's especially notable when I'm waiting for appointments or for a phone call or stuff like that. Um, I can't do anything hours to days in advance sometimes because I'm waiting for something. So it slows my time down significantly when that happens. Yeah, it's relative to what you're doing for sure. Am I killing every zombie I see on this run? Most of them. Sometimes I won't though because it's like if my character's too tired or I just don't want to deal with it right then. But most of them. It's supposed to be a map clear, but it's a very casual map clear because this run never ever was. Like I didn't expect it to reach this point where I would even need to be thinking about this. Yeah, some Zeds are friends. That's true. You want to see some of our zombie friends? I can show you one of them. Oh, I forgot to empty the vehicle of all of its stuff, so there's still stuff in the back. What a pain. Here, I'll show you. The stable diffusion. I mean, if you're having fun, I mean, that's great. I'm not sure what that even means. I don't know. Though you've said a bunch of words all at once, and it's like you've entered another language. So I don't know what all of that means in sequence. It's something about AI. I don't know. You know that grandmother finds the internet meme? I live that a lot, and it's its own thing. Go, and here's our zombie friend. His name is Kevin, and he works hard at the Gigamart. Well, so you didn't create it, the AI created it, right? You just prompted the AI? That's what I'm to understand. Right? You gave the AI a prompt and the AI created it. Correct or not correct? Thank you for your service, Kevin. Indeed. I'm just trying to get the terminology correct here. Okay, you tried to simplify it for me. Okay. But so I'm managing to pick up a little bit more than what you're putting down, so that's good. Okay, bring you. Epoxy can come with me, and this tarp can come with me. So can these things. Yeah, that does happen to me frequently, and is somewhat frustrating. I'll be so confused about some things. I'm gonna leave the rest of those things behind, I think. I mean, I could bring them, but I don't want to bring the vice grips. Oh, this is a good example. I'm gonna keep this, actually. I'm gonna bring it with me, because... Yeah. Or no, I don't need it, I suppose. I'll just leave it here. You've never seen... Is there a reason that you've never seen any... just bad timing, I guess? I've used guns up to level 5 aiming and level 5 reloading. They're not the worst, but they're not actually useful, is the reason why you never see it. They're toys, essentially. We use them for making a lot of sound, you use them for a short duration, but they're just not efficient at killing zombies. So there's no point to use them outside of a short burst where you go shooting for a day or two, or however much ammo you've managed to save up, just to kind of... It's for fun. It's not really... It's not efficient. And people would say that, oh, because of the new muscle strain mechanics, oh, it's more efficient. No, because shooting a gun causes muscle strain too. You're playing with the bandits? Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, you've done that to yourself. But bandits are not part of the game yet. They may be part of the game in the future, but it's one of those things where I'm gonna be very hesitant on it, whether I want them or not. Cause I don't like the idea of me going on a really long run and then suddenly from off screen getting sniped. That doesn't seem fun to me. It seems kind of eh. But that's my own perspective on it. So don't yeah, don't let me say that your way of playing is wrong because it's not. You can enjoy the game the way you like to. It's just it's not for me. Yeah, that's specific to the bandit stuff, but the bandit stuff is a mod and that's not the base game. Just so we're clear. Let's make sure let's make sure that we are clear on that it's not part of the base game. That's part of the mod. So cuz I don't want to confuse folks. That's a large portion of the things that I do. I want to make sure that we're clear on our information. And if something's wrong, then we can correct it and have the right information. Novelty, yeah, I can see that you do it also for the sort of the aspect value that it's not safe and you're not the only one in the world, which I get that. I understand that feel that the game can feel somewhat hollow for some folks, like that there's nothing here, that it's just you and then PvE the whole time, right? The Schrodinger's survivors are nice, but they're not quite enough. That's it's kind of like an appetizer, right? It's not exactly the NPC style that folks are looking for, which is understandable given the fact that the NPCs aren't ready yet, and they probably won't be ready for a very long time due to the fact that, well, I mean, you gotta code an entire AI, and that's gonna be difficult. It's not gonna be an easy feat. And the zombies are extremely simple if you think about it. They have like three, four modes. They have seek player, they have seek sound, they have migrate, and then they have idle. That's like it. They're super, super duper simple NPCs. Which the zombies are NPCs. A lot of folks will forget that the zombies are NPCs and the rabbits and all of that stuff are NPCs as well. They when people think NPC, they don't think that. They think, Skyrim character or, Fallout character. Something humanoid. But that's not necessarily the case because it's non-player character, a character that is not a player. Yeah, it would be a nightmare. Now imagine people are asking you for a bunch of features and constantly flooding your inbox with nonsense. I feel for the devs. They are probably some of the most patient people on earth. They keep getting more money. Oh yeah, people that don't own the game buy the game. Just think, there are billions of people on the earth, and probably millions of people maybe own the Zomboid at most. And that's like highballing it. I suppose you could go into actually, you could go into the Steam store and see how many copies of the game have sold. And then you got to remember that new people are being created currently that have never played Zomboid, as well as there's a lot of older people that still exist that have never played Zomboid. So, like, they can make money through sales. The sales are still fairly good as far as I know. And think about it, if yeah, even just in your own friend group, think your own friend group here. How many people in your friend group probably have never touched Zomboid or never even heard of it? Because there are a lot of people in different groups that just don't know about something until someone else tells them, or they see it for themselves. Like Zomboid getting popular because of the new release of the update, right? Suddenly it's in a lot more people's eyes, so they can see it and then they can buy it. Oh, and then also buying the multiplier, like buying the pack, so that later you could like for your friend, right? You can get like 4-pack or whatever. But yeah, it's Indie Stone is like 5 devs. I don't know if it's 5 devs. I think they're a little bit larger of a team than that, but they're still a small team comparatively to a lot of the bigger gaming companies. Which is why when you see the depth that there is in this game, it really puts into perspective how absolutely terribly lazy the and attempting to money like they just the other gaming companies are. It's like you for real you like it definitely shines a big light on that for me for sure. It's like AAA make way more than Indie Stone. Yet Indie Stone can produce a game like this. So just saying, you larger gaming companies, I can see you just pocketing all that profit, especially companies like EA. No offense to EA meant, but goodness. Like I like EA for The Sims and all of that, but you gotta know that their malicious cycle of loot boxes is pretty eh. Trying to like they like hiring psychologists so that they can, you know, control people essentially. You don't like EA. That's understandable. I don't blame you at all. I don't dislike them because I like The Sims, but I don't appreciate the way that they're abusing systems and psychology to basically pull the most money out of people that they can. It's terrible. That said, though, like I said, I don't hate EA. I think they're a great gaming company, or they weren't. They were, but they got lazy and they started taking the easy route. Similar to Rockstar. Rockstar Games used to be really phenomenal in terms of its and it may still come back and become really great again. It's just the issue that I have with Rockstar Games is their online. They could have fixed that ages ago and made it awesome. They really could have. If you look at any of the Grand Theft Auto role play servers, how they don't have any lag in between loading screens, and how they can transition from inside of buildings to outside of buildings instantaneously, and like I mean, they could fix all of that crap and stop people from using all those stupid mod menus that they have, but they don't. They don't do it. It takes a simple Google search to find one of those mod menus. Almost no effort involved. If they weren't as easy access, people wouldn't use them. And then people wouldn't have to use programs like Guardian to keep them out of their lobbies. It's frustrating. As somebody I put over 1,000 hours into GTA. I know what I'm talking about with that stuff. Now, saying that, it's not like it compared to a lot of the other GTA veterans. I'm not a veteran class, but I did earn like quite a lot of stuff later once I wised up a little bit. It's the same as like Rockstar is a good like look at what they did with San Andreas. They tried to cash in on everybody's nostalgia and then just meme worthy. It was meme worthy. Even I'm looking at it and like thinking that this like like a character from a Simpsons game would have been better. It's like sad because they used to be such a really awesome gaming company, right? It's just sad how the great ones fall. But yeah, anyways, who's my favorite versus Michael, Franklin, and Trevor? Um, so I like Trevor. I really do. He's really cool. I like the actor. He did an amazing job, and he does an awesome job on Broadway as well. The actor is amazing. I really do like Michael as well, though, like for a lot of different reasons. Michael is really fun, and then Franklin. I liked Franklin as a blank slate. He did his job as a blank slate, feeling like a character that was just kind of getting started, didn't know what he was doing. Yeah, it's good. I feel like, and then he started to make his own, right? So, but in saying that, I feel like Rockstar dropped the ball in a lot of the stuff because they could have had so many more heists. They could have had the main characters of five coming back, and like they started to get a little bit wiser to that closer to the end. But now GTA 6 is on the horizon, and they're not thinking about it anymore. They're too busy thinking about shark cards for Grand Theft Auto 6, which is frustrating. And how to extract the most money from people possible. But yeah, when I used to play that, after I got a little bit wiser in the game, I had a realization that gaming is about the journey, not the destination. So rushing to get all of the businesses and all of that stuff wasn't really necessary, as so long as I could do something to earn money for the businesses and then eventually purchase them, and then we could run the missions later. So eventually I got to a point with GTA where I had so much money that I was giving the full cuts of the heists to everyone else because I just didn't need it anymore. I was just enjoying doing the missions. And we were trying to go for criminal mastermind and stuff like that, and it was fun. Outside of the occasional time when we weren't in a Guardian lobby and, hackers throwing people around, making you into a plant, like frustrating stuff that Rockstar could fix that they just don't. But they're not going to now, for sure. The reason why I know they could fix that stuff very like not it wouldn't be easy to fix it, especially now, but they is just if they had better folks on that and the a lot of it's to do with the peer-to-peer stuff, I think. A lot of gaming companies get behind doing peer-to-peer because servers are expensive. And I get that. I understand cost of business. Yeah. Because they don't care about that. Yeah, they don't care about the gamer and the experience and any of that. They care about the most money for their dollar, or that they spent on the shares. Mm. Yeah, I feel like I'm looking forward to GTA 6. I probably won't stream it though. Or maybe I will. I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm not so sure about. I know Zomboid will always be a staple though, and I can always appreciate Indie Stone. They are amazing folks, and they've done a great job with a game that is phenomenal. And they just make it better every time. Let's grab you. Remember, we're still doing fitness related stuff for a bit longer, and then we're going to be going to March Ridge is the plan. So close to maxing regularity on this. And there we go. Regularity maxed. Good stuff. We'll see what happens with gaming over the years. I never ever can predict what they're going to do next and whatever is going to be popular next. It's one of those things. We'll just have to wait and see. Oh, wait 1 sec. Red Dead Redemption was on a 90% discount. Red Dead Redemption was an amazing game series. The passion behind that one was fun. I just wish their online was better. Like, Emma and I got so much gold and so much money that we just didn't know what to do with it after a while. And that's kind of what killed it for me. Is that we were doing the daily stuff every day, getting gold, getting money, and there was just nothing to buy. We bought all the things that we wanted. We had all the business like stuff. So like we had the moonshine stuff, and it just there wasn't much to do with the money. So it just didn't seem like there was much point outside of doing the missions for fun, which was fun. But like you need a place to spend the currency, right? That's part of the difficulty. Some kind of resource drain that is like important. A lot of game economies are like that though, where like you need the currency to buy resources, which then can kind of get you further along in certain ways, and eventually you hit an end game. It's like Zomboid. Eventually you hit a point where your character is an absolute beast and able to do whatever you want. You can take on a whole town. Yeah. Late game is always difficult in like hitting that particular spot is tough. A lot of games do it through replayability, like The Binding of Isaac is a good example. You unlock more things as you go, and as you like see cool combinations, and it's just different genres though, right? Yeah, it's true. Eventually you do just reach an end. And that's why a lot of folks will start over. Or they'll do a different playthrough. Go grab some fuel. We're gonna need to do a gas refill here in a bit. Yeah. Maybe. Or alternatively, you just hit a point where you shelf a playthrough, right? Kurumi did that with her playthrough. And I intend to do that with Van eventually. If Van lives to that point where we get to shelf him, that's a huge surprise to me. But also, I mean, I wouldn't be against it. He's been a wonderful character to play, though. And to be quite honest, I am glad that you guys are able to come along for it. Because it's nice to see the ridiculousness that is Van. The Quarry is a very nice game. Oh yeah, absolutely. I watched Emma play a lot of different endings on that game. We were trying to go for like the most survive. We tried to go. Emma never did an all dead playthrough, but Emma did do a couple of them where they were like some of them didn't survive. Mostly because we messed up on one of them. Same, but it's the same as the what's it called? There is the Dark Picture Anthology. That stuff is amazing. I love the quality of that game. However, that's where Red Dead kind of gets a little bit hard, right? Red Dead 2 was a wonderful game, but it had a hard time choosing which path it wanted to go in terms of giving the player a lot of sort of freedom or railroading you to do specific things. Because there is a method in gaming where you do the story and it's great because you're railroaded. Do you know what I mean? It's like you are going to do these things, but and then there are some things that just didn't think like they mattered. Like Dutch constantly, oh, we need more money. But Emma was walking around with like 20,000 walking around cash. Like it's like, why do we need more money, Dutch? Why? It's like it's tough, right? I was like, why can't I see the generator? I know it's there. What are your food resources in this playthrough? Mostly fish and then foraged goods when I gain too much weight. So we catch a couple of fish and I'll eat other things every now and then. You'll catch me eating some of the non-perishable foods, so like cereal or some of the other things. I will passively eat those things. By the way, I was going to ask you before, is your name a reference to the woodwind instrument or is it a reference to Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z? I'm just curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I just my brain wanted to ask the question. So It was Dragon Ball. Okay, fair. I was just curious. My brain was like, ask the question. And I'm like, well, no, I'm not going to ask that right now. It doesn't seem appropriate. It is possible to survive via just farming, but not with the current way that farming is set up. The old way, you could eat a shit ton of cabbage and it would be possible. It's just the caloric gains were not great, so comparatively. So you would have to be like standing in one spot and just mowing down on the cabbage in order to gain enough caloric needs to sustain yourself. But before, like I said, build 41, it's possible. And actually, in build 42, it's possible if you edit your sandbox settings so farming is a little bit more forgiving. You turn off seasons and lower the crop growth time by a considerable margin, and you will be able to live just on farming alone. Alternatively, if you're talking about animals, like you're trying to animal care, obviously with the way butter works, you'll be able to sustain. Farming plus fishing would be possible, yes. Specifically, the reason why I go forage fishing is because foraging is much easier to do. You can almost always count on foraging to help you, although sometimes you can't. It depends. By the way, this is one of there are several ways to break the encumbrance limit on a character. This is one of them. So I'm over 50. 50 encumbrance is the maximum, but we'll just keep going up because of the liquids being filled in the... Anything special in game? Oh, yeah, we're going to be going to Marchridge. I activated the annotated map for Marchridge apartment buildings. So that building is a really large survivor house now in my playthrough. If you don't understand the intricacies of annos and you want to, I can explain it, but it's one of those things that there is mystery behind it. There's a lot of folks just love annotated maps. So if you don't want to know that stuff, then, you know, don't ask, and I won't say. But they're interesting. Your character stops doing if they're past 50? My character wasn't at 50 yet, though. And actually, we're at 93 when I stopped, and then I kept going. So, ta-da! I fueled all 9. Of course, it's going to cause me maximum encumbrance, and it's bad. Nope. The way that annotated maps work is when you activate them, if you've not been to the building before, it changes the building location. So the building will change to whatever the anno is involved. So in some cases, for example, like the Marchridge Apartments, that's specifically a survivor house now because I use the anno. However, before there was a ton of different things it could have been. Because it's an event building, it could have been burned down. If it's it could have been a police event, or there's a lot of different things it can be. But if you read the anno, it becomes a survivor house specifically. Some annos don't do anything, but some of them like change spawns. Some of them, the most dangerous anno in the game is the West Point anno. So the annotated map for West Point, because it'll add a pipe bomb that's active to that point of interest if you haven't been there. So you go inside and an active pipe bomb will explode and your character could die. or take a sizable portion of damage. If you've ever been hit by a pipe bomb in this game, you know how much damage that does. And if you get some bad rolls on your injure, like where it injures you, think about trying to apply bandages and stuff. If it hits you in the wrong spots, you die pretty much instantly. No, it's not preloaded at the start. Most of the map is not preloaded at the start. Cells aren't activated until your character goes towards them, or they're in the meta area. Meta area being if you have, like, you heard just a gunshot just a second ago, right? If you're playing with like pinpoint hearing zombies, it'll activate the cells that are towards those zombies because those zombies heard whatever it was, right? So those zombies would then activate those cells. That said, though, that's how. If the cells aren't active, then... But if you want to deactivate an nano, you go to the house and then that's it. It's that house is locked in, and the nano will not work. It doesn't re-roll the loot, none of that. But usually, I don't know. I've had some strange interactions with anos, but they're very fringe, and I don't know if it was my fault that they acted the way they did. That's why you'll see me frequently just throw away the anos, is because I don't want to deal with them. Outside of the one that I just read for this playthrough specifically. What if you go to the area but you don't enter the house? That would require you to not have looked in the house at all. Like, if you go to the area and your character walked past and activated the house, you have to not activate the house. And that's very difficult to do. Unless you're, like, really careful. Do I have cats or pets? No, but I live next to a doggy daycare. Kind of. And like a regular, like it's like a hybrid. And it's like they do kids sometimes, pets other times. It's weird. I don't ask. I don't know their whole deal. But I don't have any pets, no. And I do intend to have pets in the future. Me and Emma are gonna have frogs. Kids are pets? No, they aren't. Kids are adults that you're raising. You're raising adults. That says they're gonna be functional adults in the world. That's how I see children. I see children as unfinished work. Which I suppose is a strange thing to admit. And yeah. That's how I see kids. Kids are unfinished work that need to be raised into adults. And then they're not kids. You don't raise kids, you raise adults. Pets kind of are babies. I would say pets are babies. Well, here we go. The last one, bicep curls. You ready, Van? The reason why I don't bother going all the way up to 60, by the way, is because when your character is maxed out on an exertion, they stop anyways. So there's no point to go above the amount that would max out your exertion. This isn't maxed. 4 would be maxed. But if I go even one more tick up, like let's say we do 40 minutes, right? We'll full rest. If I do 40 minutes, watch what happens. He's going to get up to basically the same. Right? So it doesn't matter. Going 30 minutes gives me a slightly faster exertion recovery, and if a zombie shows up, I can deal with it. I'm raising 2 incompetent humans. I mean, maybe not. They might be good. You don't know. They might be good later on. That's the thing. Parents don't know as what's gonna happen in the future with their kid. But they influence it a little bit, right? And that's all you can do is you can influence it and you can kind of try your best. That's all you can do as a parent. There's no right or wrong or well, I mean there's some wrong ways to do it, but there's like there's no instruction manual. It's kind of just wing it. What's the benefit of exercise? It gets your passive stuff up at the cost of making your character a potato the next day. Um, so the benefit is that it gets these passive stats here up. 1 second. So these ones right here, these physical and fitness and strength. See how we're starting to get up there? I've actually almost level 7 in fitness, and I can't wait. Because when we're done leveling our regularity, we're going to be just doing squats. I may, well, no, we're just gonna do squats, because I'm gonna keep the regularity maxed for all of these. But the reason why we're gonna only do squats is because I need to get my fitness up so that my exertion's better. And then once we get to level 9, level 10, oh, it's gonna be so good. I'll have athletic again. It's been so long since I've had athletic. Athletic is like high nimble. Level 4, level 3, level 4 nimble. When you reach that stage, it is so wonderful. There is no benefit beyond leveling. The benefit is it uses up time. So it lets you, and also it lets you get your weight up. So I know it sounds weird, and this is going to be weird to explain this, but when you do working out, your character counts as not moving, and therefore their caloric gains are at set to the lowest. So because you don't move, right? You're standing in one spot. So technically, if I wanted to maximize this, I should stand next to my bed so that I can just go to sleep right away and get up and work out and if you really, really wanted to min-max it, you could put your kitchen directly next to your bed, and then it maximizes your weight gains. So you'd be able to gain weight at the maximum. The whole point of exercise is to burn through a few days to get your weight up. And then use that weight gain to then go and kill zombies later. So that's the main benefit, is that it counts as you not moving and not burning calories. Which is weird because exercise burns calories, but doesn't. Like it in the game it doesn't. In the game it burns no calories. But yeah, the benefit is to get your weight up. Also, one of the benefits is it heats you up. So like because your character is exerting themselves. So in all right, sounds good. You have fun. But it'll get your weight up, and then your heat up as well, temporarily. It raises core temperature. So if you're cold, fitness can help you, but remember it costs exertion and fatigue. And once you are a maxed agony, you can't do any more fitness. So it's slightly realistic in that way. Yeah, I guess. There we go. But yeah, I've been bouncing between fish and eating foraged goods because foraging is easy to do. You just go and get fruits and veg and mushrooms. And because I have wilderness knowledge, which is a trait that I am pretty much always going to take, because it's such a good trait. I don't see a reason not to take it every time unless I'm doing a no-skill run, which I very rarely do no-skill runs. Because no-skill runs are fun, but they're very slow, and I take slow learner usually, so it would just make things even slower. Yeah, no skill is it's its own flavor of challenge for sure. And I already do a lot of challengey stuff as it is, so I don't need to really go harder in my challenges most of the time. All it does though is adds extra time to the run. That's all that no skill does. Is it adds extra time because you're gonna have to level things a little bit slower. Like you're gonna be leveling. Okay, ignore my pain for a second. Thank you for wellness. Do appreciate. Afternoon. I'll grab a pair of tongs. Actually, I'm probably gonna make another pair of tongs for over here. There we go, made another pair of tongs. This one can stay here. Meanwhile, this one can go in here. And these two things can go in that one. Poor Van, making sad noises. How is my tea empty again already? I must be drinking it too much passively. We're up to 82. So we'll probably head over to Martridge and start prepping. This is the house that usually I take over because I like it. I think it's nice. I think I might actually start going around these houses really quick as well, just to kind of clear them out. Not right now, though, while Van is hurting. Yeah, fireworks. Fireworks were for Cinnamon Win? Fair. I feel like they're for everybody though. Like, you know, when you take a when you set off fireworks, that anyone in the surrounding area gets to enjoy them. Yeah. They're like an everybody thing. The giant raccoon robs banks and steals the gold. Well, actually, you see, these things are all sacrificed to Spiffo so he doesn't take over the world. He's planning it though. You can see it. Like he's planning his world domination. Please don't take over the world, Spiffo. Yeah, Spiffle the Conqueror. That is not false info there. We all know he would definitely conquer everything. Okay, now I can grab these. Fanny packs. I can go. Just gonna lower some of the encumbrance a little bit. There. This is making you want to play Skyrim for the 56th time. I've played Skyrim a lot as well. I've been tempted to play it on the channel too. Go again. Remind me of days of that I used to enjoy where I, because I 100%ed the first one and really had fun. Only 56 times. I've 100%ed one, and then I started doing the legendary edition, and I stopped. I stopped just before I continued to finish that one off. But I've done a lot of stuff in Skyrim and Oblivion. I've done the Ebony Warrior, I've done Legendary Dragons, etc. You know, the standard. I'll put this sleeping bag in here. And then I'll equip you. Meanwhile, we'll start putting these things where they belong. Yeah, it's a very chill game, though, for the most part. There are times in Skyrim, though, where it's, like, kind of touch and go, though. Wrong side. Should be a box of shotgun shells. I like the handy knife aesthetically, but I don't like it as an item. I like it as like I like the idea of it, but some of the recipes weren't working with it, and it was frustrating me for a while. I'm sure that'll get fixed eventually, and then I'll probably appreciate it as an item, like maybe me. But right currently, it no. It's comes because some specific things were not working with the what's it called? Some of the screwdriver stuff wasn't working properly, so I still have to carry around a screwdriver, thus nullifying the need. I don't remember which one specifically though. Mechanics we have. Glassmaking? Yes. Carving and agriculture. Yes. We got it all. Fishing. Yes. Foraging? No. Metalworking. Got it. First aid? Got it. Right? Yep. Yep. All these things we have. Goodbye, duplicate books. I really like these bags aesthetically. They're some of my favorite. Duffels are always been kind of one of those things, though, that I really like. I like duffel bags. They're neat. We should be able to take apart these. There we go. Even more metal. Currently, though, we need quite a lot of wood in order to. Sorry, I need my wood cutting backpack. I'm gonna ease back on the calories just a little bit, and we're gonna have foraged foods for some food. We're in agony, that's annoying. But it's okay. We found mushrooms right away. Heck yeah. I remember being able to inspect those before. Hi, Liz. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Yeah, this song's good. Oh. Hopefully your stream went well. So you're playing Zomboid and Core Keeper? Hopefully it went good. I think you get some good rest in here in a bit. Do your hobbies. That's fair. Then there's a new Yakuza game coming out soon. I'm looking forward to it. But yes, I'll do my little intro-y thing. Um, yeah, let's do some core keeper. Nice, and then some PZ too. Gotta get in a little bit of PZ. It's not an addiction. It's a way of life. One must play some PZ. But yeah, we're still vibing on Higgins. Higgins is having a good time. So, oh, I don't have the. Darn it! I need to get a pair of some writing tools for this backpack. Maybe I'll do that now. I'm doing pretty good. Today's started out, yeah, but you know that's life. Things sometimes aren't always perfect, but that's fine. I'm doing much better though as time went on because I get to play Zomboid, and that's an awesome experience in itself. I can always appreciate Zomboid being there for me. I get to hang out and relax. Your friend doesn't stream. Yeah, I've got a couple of friends that are like that too. I've asked them about streaming because they're very interesting people and they just aren't into it. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's one of those things where it's just not for them. Enjoy yep. I understand. Enjoy your self care. It's, it's always a pleasure. Let's see. So if I can get the multi pen, that would be best. But I don't know if this place has one. What is sleep? I feel that. It is a mysterious thing that exists for other people where they are able to charge their batteries in much more efficient format and get a lot more REMs. In saying that, though, I really wish sleep was a thing that I could enjoy as well. What kind of pizza? That is a good point. What kind of pizza? Ooh, stuffed crust with olives and mushrooms and beef. That is a good choice. I'm using a lighter? Why am I using a lighter? Oh, this character doesn't, or this backpack doesn't have a flashlight proper. Okay, well, there's no green pen, but that's okay. Darkness in this is super scary, by the way, because it doesn't matter if you have keen hearing. Stuff can come up behind you real close because keen hearing's great and all, but the darkness is stronger. Okay, there we are. Now I can kind of mark things. So this right here is a car that is broken. Same for this. It's a car that's broken. I'm pretty sure these are not actually like car wrecks in the same way. Ooh, I need that stuff. Mm-hmm. Oops, stop that. Yeah, that's the thing is my playlist is meant to make me happy, and it always does make me smile a little bit, regardless of how I'm feeling. Because it's a I know that I know myself very well, like really really well, um, and I can actually control a lot of things about me. One of them is my mood. So if I'm upset or I'm not feeling 100%, um, having this sort of playlist can change that. It doesn't matter if I'm not though. Like it still makes me happy even when I'm not feeling upset. What's my favorite color? It's a light, very soft light pink, and then a soft sort of sky blue. Baby colors, if you really want me to. I like them both. They're both very, very good colors to me, and specifically because I used to have in a video game a Celtic set of this dress that was really nice. It was that blue with pink frills, and it's always resonated with me in my memory as one of my favorite things. So that's why they're my favorite colors. But yeah, I do know myself very well. I can also predict what I'm gonna do in most situations. So if I were ever to come up against myself in a situation, um, it would be amusing. We would both be amused. That would be the thing, right? If I was ever in a mirror match with myself, cause I know what I'm gonna do. We would just both be like doing things randomly and for fun. So it would be hilarious. It would be the funniest mirror match ever, I think. Cause yeah, we'd just be doing random nonsense. Did you think I was gonna do that? Yeah, I did think you were gonna do that. I was thinking about it. Yeah, it'd be fun. Okay, so these two vehicles here are both, they're not. So I changed my my layout for what I was doing before. So I need to adjust. These two cars are red. What is this? Oh, it's a paring knife. Nice. Yeah, that's the thing though. We would both be doing random stuff that's absolutely random. Like we would both be that's the thing. Would it end up being the same? I don't know, because we would both be picking things at random, but obviously we'd be picking similar things. But then it's based on perspective at that point, right? So, is the angle that I'm standing at causing a different frame of reference, which thus gives me a different idea and a different perspective, and then thus changing the outcome? Because the angle that I'd be standing at, comboing in with the different variations of sound and smell of that area, might shift my mental into a different spot. Of course, I'd account for that, I think. It'd be hard. It's one of those things that's tough. I wouldn't know what to do unless I was in that situation. But I know that I faced off against folks that are similar to myself before, and predicting what they're going to do is fun. It is a puzzle, and I enjoy it. That's why I like competitive games. I think they can be really a good time. Come on, man. You're better than this. Yeah, there you go. Doesn't matter that you're in agony. I wonder if there's anybody that watches and sees these bags lying around and expects me to grab them, and they just sit there for a very long time. The green of some form? I like the color green. I wouldn't call it my favorite, though. I think the color green is a good color. I would put it as probably my third favorite. But think about it like this. My favorite frog isn't green. My favorite frog is the desert rain frog, and it is a brown frog. That said, though, the reason why a lot of green is because the PZ colors, right? Like they were, the frog hat initially was a PZ, is a PZ thing. Well, sort of. That's kind of what gave it the idea. Yeah, this frog hat actually is the inspiration for it was Project Zomboid. The craftable headgear mod has a hat that was it's called the frog hat, and I think the inspiration for that one was Star Fox Slippy. The glasses also came from PZ. Yep, that's true. Oh, I forgot to bring these over there. I've got to do that. Yeah, I might like this game just a little bit. Maybe. There we go. 2 more loot bags. Yeah, the alarm's going off. Okay, we'll take those apart here in a second. I just want to make this gate real quick. Why? Because I kind of want to see what happens. Why don't my gates break? Knack showed me a gate broke, and the game doesn't want to show me. My gates don't break. Like the game knows. Knows that I'm looking for it. It's like it's ready for me to see it broken. It's like, no, we're not breaking, not for you. Fine. Be that way. Be together and fixed. Unmodified builder settings to see if you can get it off the ground? What do you mean? So you're like ill in real life? You don't feel well? So you're using the modified builder settings to see if you can play? So long as you're having fun, right? There's one plank here. I wonder if I can get into the tree. It's having hard to focus. Yeah, so you're having a difficulty. So maybe play something that's not PZ, then maybe. If you have like a colony sim or something that's more like a little bit relaxed. Unless you're really wanting to play PZ. That's what I would recommend. Play something a little bit more cozy. But I guess PZ can be cozy too. But I have side games that I play sometimes that are like that. Like kind of like folks that play RimWorld or stuff like that on chill settings. Bipolar and hypermania. I figure maybe, but then again, like I mean, hyperfocus is one of those things that's can be ADHD as well. You can just have coping mechanisms that are kind of helping. One of mine seems like am I playing with mods? I have visual mods, nothing that is changing gameplay. So all of the gameplay you see is vanilla, but I do have some visual ones. Like I have this one up here is an XP display. I have some different map markers. What else do I have? My Moodles are slightly different because they have the quarters. So like each of the corners tells you which tier of Moodle it's at. And then finally I have oh, the kill feed. So what makes the document for this is a kill counter. So it just tells you the information that's in this. So right there, here. Yeah, if you want to see my mods, I can show you very briefly, and you can pause. Okay. Here. Here you go. Just feel free to pause and have a look. Those are the mods that I'm using. Okay, I guess that you paused, and there you are. Take a screenshot. Ah, that's easier. I need to update my mods command. Because I usually will take a screenshot as well and post it so people know. So there's no confusion and they can just see whenever they want. But I've been lazy on that, kind of, because I've been busy with other things. So I want this. About coping mechanisms that I use? Oh, one of them is OCD, but it's not OCD. You can see that I put everything in a very particular place, right? So it almost looks like I have OCD, but I don't. It's a coping mechanism. It makes my brain happy that things are in their place. I don't need them to be in their place, though. The world will not end if things are in a mess, which is why earlier in the playthrough you could see that I had, much similar to everyone else, a pile, right, of stuff that I just didn't want to deal with at that moment in time. However, it was bothering me slightly, but it's not the same as someone who has OCD. In the case of somebody who has OCD, the world will end and they can't deal with it until that whole thing has been fixed. Same for if you were to move their mouse pad or something, they would notice immediately, and they would want to get it back to the way it was. So it's one of those things, right? That's kind of the best way I can explain the difference without going into much more um, detailed like stuff that would be outside of my realm of knowledge, because I don't know the conditions because I am not a psychologist. I did a good job. Which? Making the base or explaining the condition as best I can based on my limited knowledge of it? Explaining. Okay, yeah. Explaining is something that I feel like I do a pretty good job most of the time. It's just I do find that I over tutorialize stuff sometimes. And I feel bad when that happens because especially if somebody's knowledgeable in the area and sometimes even more knowledgeable than I am and I'm trying to explain stuff, then I'll accidentally tutorialize and they don't need that. So it can be kind of annoying. You know, it's part of my personality and I apologize on behalf of my um, oversimplifications of things. That should get my weight keep going up for a little while, and then we'll steer away from that in the near future. Oh, and that reminds me, I need to get the beer. Yeah, I don't want anybody to, if they have the condition, to be like, "Oh, you're not being respectful to my condition," because it obviously the condition is theirs, right? So they would know more about it than I would. Oh, do I have an alarm clock? I should. I usually have one, right? Yes. Yeah, I need to redesign this table. Mm. Yeah, sometimes programs work well. I find that oftentimes I'll do those programs for a short time and then I'll stop doing them because I get bored with it. So same for the way I like having an agenda, but at the same time I will stop doing the agenda and then it just falls by the wayside. So sometimes I'll go all in on something and I want to 100% there for it, but then it falls off. Like I start doing it less and then I stop doing it all. Well, yeah, what's all on Van's bed? A police vest because he's a police officer and I wanted him to kind of have something like that. Um, our frogs, Ray and Pam, are here because they always are. There's a cinnamon roll on the dresser here that signifies Karumi Periwinkle because Karumi is a cinnamon roll. Um, we've got two teddy bears and a bedtime storybook. This one I think is Boris Badger. Yeah, so, and then we have a pillow on the other side. Pillows don't actually work well in build 42 for anything that's not average and below. So if you sleep on a bed, don't put a pillow. At least not right now, as far as I'm aware. But so I sleep on this side of the bed. The pillow is just there aesthetically for the rest of it. But yeah, I like doing that sort of stuff, like adding little tiny things that you probably wouldn't notice unless you're really like looking at stuff. Like crayons here, notepad there, fountain pen, friendship bracelet. Underneath the phone is a letter. It's a friendly letter, if I remember right. Yeah. Um, there's two dice here, and there's actually a keychain here, the kitty keychain from Irvington, with all of our Irvington keys on it. So if I ever decide to go back to Irvington, I have to try to remember to bring this key fob with me. Yeah, these are gold bars. Yeah. The story behind the gold bars is that Van liberated them because the Rosewood Police Department's not been paying him properly. Maybe his check's in the mail. I don't know, but he's cleaned up all the crime in Irvington as well as in a bunch of other places. So he liberated himself some gold as payment. Yeah, there's a bunch of little things that you can do to make a base just feel, I don't know, lived in, I guess. It's got that lived in appeal, and every little thing kind of feels like, okay, well, especially if you go and do an action and you just like it looks nice, right? I think. Okay. So, do I want to finish off the rest of the exercise? Yes, I do, because I'd like him to be, and then I want to actually hit the next level of fitness, I think. So we need to grab the barbell, or dumbbell, not barbell. Yeah, anybody can have a base like this, I believe. You just gotta decide what you like in terms of a base, and then go from there. Picking location is probably the first thing though that you should do, and I recommend going near farm animals or water, preferably water, because then you can fish. Fishing is one of the best ways to gain calories in the game. It kind of always has been. Pump all of this Iron until then is strong. Which actually currently is going to take a long time, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. I'm just doing it right now for the regularity. So you can see that yeah, it's only 15,000 for fitness to get to level 7, so I definitely want to hit that as soon as we're done maxing the regularity on bicep curls. What does regularity do? So specific to muscle strain from exercise, it makes that muscle strain go away faster. It does not affect muscle strain built up from weapons, though. So if you have weapons and you like hit zombies or you hit like a tree or if you're swinging stuff, that is separate muscle strain. They're on the same mechanic, but they are separate. They exist separately. Similar to how corpse sickness and food poison kind of also existed separately, but they were also on the same mechanic. I find it a little strange that Zomboid likes to do that, where it puts things on the same mechanic, but they're separate. But that's the way that the game does it, so I mean, I can't really... It does the way that it wants to, kind of deal. Yeah, we're trying to get the passive skills up just a little bit more. So these two skills here, fitness and strength. However, once we're done getting fitness to 7, I think I'm gonna just let strength come up naturally, gradually. Because right now we're stout, if I remember correctly. Yes, stout and fit. So that part still works in the same way. Yeah, Roll's correct. Unfortunately, the muscle strain mechanics are separated. So, like, if you swing, like if I swing this barbell at a tree or something, and build up muscle strain that way, exercise doesn't affect it. So they're separate mechanics. One goes down naturally on its own. The other one is brought down by how much regularity you have. Yeah. How are you doing, by the way, Ro? Are you having a good day? How's your weekend? I suppose it's not your weekend though, but like a weekend in general, like weekend days. Had some nice time off. I'm glad. I'm always wishing you the best. If you guys aren't following Ro, you should follow Ro. Ro's great. Look out for Ro. Yes. Right now, though, I'm currently getting ready to do March Ridge, and then I did activate the anno, so the annotated map for March Ridge. So the apartment building should be a survivor house, which is interesting. Should be fun. But that said, that was so lucky. I mean, not really though, given how many annos we've seen. Thank you for gifting Rural a sub. Rural, you get to enjoy ad-free viewing as well as frog emotes. Enjoy. Although I think you have turbo, so you get ad-free viewing anyways. But like frog emotes, you know? Yeah, indeed. What was I doing? I don't remember. I think I was. We're gonna get some agony here in a second. Bleh. Let's grab the dumbbell and do that. Yeah, I agree. The world could use more frogs. More relaxed animals that kind of just do their own thing. And they eat, and they sleep, and they chill. That is something that we're gonna have pet frogs, Emma and I. Before I pick up these mushrooms, did wilderness tell? Yeah, wilderness knowledge does indeed tell you if they're poison or not. So in your inventory, I don't know if that bug still is around, but once they're in your inventory, you'll be able to tell. It'll say poison or not. I think we're gonna have agony here in a second. Yeah, wilderness knowledge is great. It's probably one of the best traits at the moment, I think, for its value. It has so much. It gives you so many recipes, and it's definitely up there. I could see folks arguing which is the best trait, but yeah. It is a bit costly, but I don't know. It gives you some really good stuff. Gives you carving, gives you napping, gives you the herbalist. Does it give you carving and napping? I don't remember. I think it does. But still, I remember it being really, really high value and not like not wanting to not take it because it was there's a bunch of them that are really good. And so that bug still exists? Well, once it's in your inventory, you can tell. It'll say poison or not. Come on. Get them gains. We're almost done. Oh, the funniest thing just happened to someone else you're watching? Oh, what happened? Are they okay? Because comedy sometimes is tragedy. I'm curious. Are they all right? Do tell, but at the same time. I hope it's not tragic. Like, I hope they're not really hurting. Oh, they had the bunny issue. And then they have to make the decision. Be moral and keep the bunnies around. Oh, like, but you can't. You really can't. You got to get rid of. Yeah, it's a known issue where, yeah, things are struggly. It's known. Wait a second. There's no whatever. It's fine. Collector water. They could, yeah. Van would just run them over. It's unfortunate, but that's the truth. What? Family of five? Why, I'm more like dinner. There we go. We'll go foraging for his breakfast in the morning. We're very close to maxing regularity on the barbells, so I'm kind of happy about that. Alright, let's put you to bed. And then that's it. All of the fitness is all the exercise is done. We've done all of the exercise. If they want something that's worse than bunnies, bunnies are at least small. Pigs are worse. The pigs are just, they're so much worse. Pigpocalypse is way worse than rabbitpocalypse. That explains it. Wait, did you pigpocalypse yourself by accident? I had 4 pigs. 2 got pregnant, and there was over 30 pigs in that pen. And then they got pregnant again, even though that I moved the males out. It didn't matter. So they got pregnant again. So I started killing the pigs at like as fast as I could, that to balance it out. But yeah, it's like, and then if you get more than 30 animals, there is a, I don't know if that bug still exists, but it pushes the animal screen off of the screen and you can't lift it up. So you can't close the menu. You have to walk away or you have to exit the game and then reload. Oh, they made it scroll? Oh, thank goodness. That is so good. Because the worst thing you could do is actually you could keep opening it too. And so you could like coat your screen in multiple sets of the zone. All it does is it reminds me of a thing that a friend of mine did in Minecraft where he accidentally exploded chickens all over his base. Because he had like an automated setup for the chickens and it would like automatically throw the eggs into this 1x1 square and then the chickens would go down when they age, and it was to feed his blood farm for the for alchemy, or no, for blood magic. Or no, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was to get pink slime. I don't remember. It was a factory made thing though for advanced Minecraft modded, right? Anyways, he kept like farming the chickens, and one day he popped one of the sides of it because he was trying to change something, and it just exploded chickens all over his base. Breaks one block. Chickens everywhere. And then he just keep finding chickens every once in a while. He'd be walking around and there'd be like 4 chickens just walk by. Okay, let's go for breakfast. What do I want? Forest is good for berries and mushrooms. So we probably will find them naturally on their own, but still we'll set the focus to berries because I like them better than I like the mushrooms. Yeah, that stuff is always cool. Reminds me I need to AFK here in a second to get more tea. I'm so thirsty. I forgot to make more tea. It's funny how many things. It's because tea is just a short word, though. It's just like axe. You can pun so much in that way. Technically, I should be picking these up to carve them or saw them into planks. What was the scream? Oh, that's a meta event. I don't even really pay attention to them anymore. Outside of knowing when they happen and mentally noting, okay, a meta event happened, zombies will be traveling probably in this direction depending on my population settings. But in this current area, if there probably are a few zombies in this area, but there's not enough of them to bother me. So, is that a new event? No, that one's the same as the old one. It's an older one that existed in Build 41. There are a few new ones, though. There is a couple of soft growls that you will not hear without, like, really paying attention. Which means that if they do happen, you may not notice them, and that could be a problem on high pop settings. There's a soft wolf one. There is a soft barrel growl. There is a cow one that exists. I'm trying to remember. There's a few more, but there's some soft ones that are easy to ignore. Especially if you're doing other things at the time, like if you're swinging an axe or something, you will not hear it. But yeah, that one existed in that particular scream, the machine gun, the guy screaming, the other gunshot meta. There's a lot of them that are carried over for sure. And the original wolf meta's there as well. But they've added a few new ones. Hooray! Another friend. Yes. We made another friend. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Give me the berries, please. Because Van is currently on a diet. Because I do want to max out that regularity, and I also want to get the, oh, potatoes, nice. I want to get that level in fitness. Being level 7 fitness would be so nice. Is that a heading tool? We just found a heading tool on the ground. Well, I mean, I guess you can find it in foraging, like everything else. Foraging and its ridiculous, like, what's the heading tool for? It's for making tongs and other things, but it's making tongs is it breaks one of the loops. So, although I think that the loop is pretty much been dealt with now, one of the loops that involved for a while, I don't know if it's been dealt with, but I'm pretty sure, is that you needed a heading tool in order to make tongs, right? And that in order to make the heading tool, you needed tongs. So it was like you needed something, right? Let's see, heading tool. But they seem to have added, yeah, they fixed it. You can forge it with wooden tongs now. As well as these metalworking pliers that have been added. So yeah, they've fixed it. They have fixed it. But before you needed tongs to make tongs. So, you know, kudos to the devs always. They work hard and they try their best. It's one of those things that I'm appreciative of them for because they're very patient. Yeah, they really put their heart into it. Oh, it's March as well. I'm gonna plant a bunch of things. Let's find out what we can plant. Oh, by the way, for those that are curious, and this is for the niche folks that are curious about lemongrass in Build 41 used to give you a -13 to food, food poison, right? So -13, and it, um, when it's fresh, it's still -13. When it's not fresh anymore, it's -9. I did the test with it. So it's still good, even when it's not fresh. So you should still carry one on you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, is it 42? Is it 4.2.3 or is it 4.3? But still, congrats. Enjoy, Ro. Enjoy the new test build. Yes, yes, yes. I figured you already knew. It's nifty that you found out. I seen Twist was on it earlier. Yes, some more to play. All day, maybe 30 minutes ago. Okay, cool. Yeah, somewhat new, but you remember they're going to be cleaning stuff, and yeah, I expected plumbing was next on the docket. So it's just, I see that I'm not wrong. Because I knew that that's a lot of people are complaining about that, and I figured that it's like I'm hoping that I really am hoping for irrigation. But it's fine if not. But just to have the ability to plumb sinks in the center of a base without having to worry about the floor it's on would be nice. Like I can't wait to see how it works. If it requires gravity, there's so many things. But of course, I'm not gonna know because it's like it's different. They'll be setting it up. It's a completely different system. Milk is also now 100% less stressful. Milk caused stress. Oh, that's weird. That's a weird bug. But Smoker has been taking its hits left and right. Like all of these bugs around it where you could loot corpses and gain stress, and oh, now you drink milk, you gain stress, and just being a smoker and then they also reduced the cost, so you get less points for it, so it's like even less incentive. Even at +4, I wasn't really willing to take smoker. It's too much work for not enough reward. Yeah, 2 points where I have to constantly keep a not my character has to have like an extra meal every day is basically what I treat smoker as when I have it. Yes. Put this can opener over here because it was awkward to not have one before. Okay, before I get distracted again, I'm actually gonna do a BRB so that I can go and get myself some more tea. I'm sorry. It's just I keep refocusing on different things and it's messing me up in terms of that. Yeah, I'm gone wellness. Okay, be right back. Okay, let's carry on. Let's go finish this regularity off here after we get a little bit more food. Did they have fireflies? I like fireflies. They're really cool. They're like living glow sticks. Or like lava lamps in the sky. The last time I played Minecraft was with Karumi, and I didn't finish the thing that I set out to do initially when playing. Was I wanted to continue my colony stuff, but I got further than I did before. But by the time we would already reach the end game, and it was kind of it lost some of its luster at that point, right? But still, I was happy doing the because we had colonies and we had a bunch of other stuff active in it and throughout. It was really fun, but. That's good there. Alright, let's burn through the rest of this regularity so that we're done, and then we can go to March Ridge. Alright, Van, that's it for your dumbbell stuff. Let's grab the barbell for just a moment. Oh wait, wrong thing. Okay. Okay, and then we just need to do one more set of everything, and then we'll do squats until he's level 7. Can fireflies around, so like Atlantis? That's what it sounds like you're talking about, like Atlantis. Sounds like a great feature. There we go. So where are these two things? Oh no, our house is burning down. Exactly. Push-ups first. And now begins his grind. The actual grind. We're going to get level 7 fitness. So that means that he is going to be doing sit-ups, or not sit-ups, squats for quite some time. Because we're going for 15,000 XP. It'll be worth it though. Because level 7 fitness is great, but like, I mean, obviously we want to get higher, but I mean, we can get some of that naturally from hitting zombies. It's just we're really close to the next level, so we might as well grind it out. Meanwhile, we're 65,000, so we're about halfway on strength training. But I don't mind waiting a little bit longer before we try and grind the rest to level 9 on that. It'll come up naturally on its own, just like fitness did, actually, but... Already almost there. 14. I don't know why, but it makes me think of that meme. I just seen a meme recently where there was like a person showing like it was a like a dev is what it said. Like they had little name tags. One was dev and one was playtester, and they were like punching a screen. Like the devs like shows like punching the screen several times, nothing, and then the playtester punches the screen and it smashes. He's like, kinda how it is, sort of. Yeah, we'll grind this up. We've got about another 14,000 XP, so we're getting our gains. It's taking a bit, but we'll get there. Like Cybertruck on release. Which? What do you mean? You mean why is Van dressed up like Elvis? It's just how he decided to. He's been his outfit for a little while now, since we got back from Irvington, and I realized that at level 7 tailoring, you don't get the ability to repair this particular set of clothes, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. That's why we grinded up to the level of tailoring we did, is because we were trying to get that specific level in order to repair the clothes, and it's okay. His wizard hat's still inside. But so far, since we've been back, we've managed to do quite a bit. I'll send Van to bed here in a moment, but I'll show what we're up to. Yoink, indeed. It's time for Higgins to die. I mean, he'll die if he dies. We'll be heading over to the Marchridge Apartments, and we'll see if that kills him. If it does, it does. If he dies, he dies. This is Stardew Valley music? Yeah, Ro. I'm sorry. I apologize. I've been tempted to put some Coral Island stuff on here, but I've never played Coral Island. I I I want to. I watched you play it. It was cool. It's a great game. I very much like it. Yeah. Probably maybe I'll include it in my next poll because I do monthly polls so that people like, for interests purposes to see what people are liking. I know that folks seem interested in me playing The Sims, which is not a huge surprise. I kind of am playing The Sims right now. But yeah, you just closed it. But you've been having a blast with that game. Like, I mean, you could probably keep going back and playing it a bunch, couldn't you? It's such a good game, and there's so many different endings and so many different people to meet, and it's just there's so much in that game. And you really get attached to the characters. There's an attachment there. I want more RimWorld, but I always want more RimWorld. That's fair. Alright, time to get back outside. And back on your squats. Yeah, my playlist is very much, like I said before, it's songs that make me happy, so useful. Have you made life sims? You do kinda though. You play a lot of that kind of stuff. Definitely should consider playing more. I liked watching you play it. I'm sure that I'm not the only one. But I know how it is. I know exactly some of that stuff. Maybe I don't know it perfectly, but I understand. It is important. But at least you get to play variety and stuff, as well as sponsorships and whatnot, the important things. And then you get to have fun doing it. You're eating Chinese food? I haven't had Chinese food in quite a while. Yeah, that's how it goes. It's like, especially when you're doing the grindy part of it, like the boring grind of it. It's same for when I'm. It's weird. It's same for Zomboid sometimes for some of the boring stuff, but I've some of the. I don't know what it is, but some of the best viewership I've ever had for Zomboid has been me grinding mechanics, and I have no idea why. I really don't. It's suffering, like to do. It's like doing a reloading stream. Like click, 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 click. It's. I guess maybe people are just curious what you're up to because you're not slaying zombies. I don't know. It's weird. It's some of the weirdest thing with Zomboid. I don't know if you've seen the same thing, because I know you've probably grinded those skills up all the way as well. But I've done mechanics to 10 several times, and it's strange. At least people are there to hang out with, though. It's the best part. Because it's definitely... Yeah, I don't know, it's weird. I guess good conversations happen during that stuff, because the rest of it's just, like, mind-numbing sometimes. Well, we're up to 47. We're getting there. Keep going, Van. Keep doing your fitness thing as much as you can. How much of this game do I play off stream? More than I'd like to admit. Let's not talk about my off-stream time that I play Zomboid off-stream, and well, I mean sometimes the stream calls me out on it because the kill count thing carries over. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about that. Do I play Zomboid off-stream? Yes. How much? Too much time. You play off-stream too? Yeah. Yeah. I do. When I've got time to spare and I don't know what else to do, I'll put on Zomboid and I have my offline game. I can show off my offline game later if folks are interested in seeing it. Give you guys an update of where my character's at and stuff. I gave an update not too long ago because there's some interest in the offline run just because it's a ×5 muscle strain brutality run. But it's it's rough. That one's rough to play, but fun. I do enjoy it. It's getting me ready for when I do a brutality run on stream. Oh yeah, off-stream gaming achievement. Yeah, you do the achievement hunting too. But my offline Zomboid is well, it's practice. It's meant to be practice, and just so that I can kind of have something to do that's good. But the offline stream game is 0 to hero, ×16, pinpoint hearing, often helis. What else was there? Oh yeah, ×5 muscle strain. And it's roughly 3 months in with 1,200 kills. And I keep getting chased out of areas. Like, my character's been around the map because of it. I get chased out. I can't stay. I have to leave. And I've lost items consistently because of having to leave. So, like, I lost my tent. I had to make a new camp from scratch. At least those systems are great. You can make yourself fancy little camps. And unfortunately, I don't get to stay with the fancy little camps for very long. Because pinpoint hearing often helis is not... It's not... the fact that I'm still alive in that playthrough is fun. But What are we at? 48, I think? Yeah, 48. Nice. Yeah, pinpoint hearing does get wild, and when you pair it with the often helis, often metas, it's thankfully, I have it set to random zombie speeds, so some of the zombies are super duper slow, and so they kind of lag behind, which is I know you don't like that, Rural, but it makes it so that there's space. At least that's how I've found it so far. Perhaps that space will get cluttered later with more pinpoint hearing zombies, like that are faster, but I don't know. I'll have to see. Mm-hmm. It breaks it into waves so that then you can kind of like it's a little bit easier to weave out of it. Still really annoying when you're in the middle of the woods, which for a couple of my areas I have been, and I've had to weave myself out into the road. And when you get to the road and you see that like just a wave of zombies on the road, it's concerning. But I know that I've messed up. So on that playthrough, all of Echo Creek is messed up. Like, cause I pulled the gun store zombies up towards Schubert's, and it's a mess of zombies here. I don't know where any of them are anymore. And when you lose track of your zombies, that's a problem when you're playing eh, with pinpoint hearing, because they could just show up on your doorstep at any moment or in your campsite, and it's rough, especially when you want to go to sleep. So it's yeah. I don't know where the zombies in Echo Creek are in that playthrough, because my character, like, I can show the map later for that one, but I've been all over this area and up into Riverside and back down, and yeah, the distance on a pinpoint hearing helicopter it's sizable. It's a sizable distance. Thankfully, Van doesn't ever have to think about that. Oh yeah, absolutely. With the better combat skills, it'll be a lot better. Because my character, that character is a carpenter. So started out with better short blunt, which is good, and I grinded up. That character just unlocked short bats recently, so the short bat with nails. I haven't put nails in mine because I don't have nails. Just having the short bats alone is nice. Yeah, you can smith nails now. That's true, but that requires to have an area that you can stay in for more than more than a month. I can't stay in an area for very long. The zombies kick me out. I get evicted. What? This shoreline retreat that you've got going on here? You get out of there right now. Sometimes I don't even have time to grab anything. I have to leave it all. So I have like one bug out bag that I keep on me most of the time. Sometimes I put it down though, because when you're doing exercise, you need to not have it on you, right? So I put it down for the exercise. I luckily haven't been grabbed, or like zombies haven't shown up when I've had the bug out bag on the ground. It's just like, find a carton of nails. I wish. I so wish. I wish I could find a carton of nails. I found one carton of nails in this universe. Well, we found a few actually. Because Van, main character, and has cleared out McCoy at this point, and I have access to essentially infinite resources at this point. There's no more limitations. I can get whatever I want whenever I want. But I'm waiting for the time where I mess up. Because it'll happen. And if it doesn't, I shelf Van until special effects next year, and then I will be excited because what'll happen is we'll have a sleep here for a month, and I will respawn all the zombies on the whole map. That's what'll happen. We'll turn on respawns for a month in game. Van will stay here for a month, and then we will go and clear the whole map again. There's no match because Van is unstoppable. We'll see. Okay. I forgot that I'm supposed to work out. If he manages to clear the whole map, I'd be surprised. Not because I doubt my abilities or anything. It's just because it doesn't seem plausible to make it to that stage. But maybe. We'll see. There's still a long list of things to get done first. So like currently, we've downed West Point, Muldraugh, Fallis, Rosewood, and the prison in Irvington. We still have March Ridge, Akron, Brandenburg, Riverside and the Country Club, Valley Station and the Mall, and Louisville. Louisville being the behemoth that it is, it's got the most zombies out of all of the places. But how sketchy on a scale of 1 to 10? You want to clear out the entire upper part of the prison and be sure to clear that you cleared it out. 1. 2, bring generators with you to power the prison on that side so that you could turn on the lights. That said, is it sketchy? Yes. Indoor fighting is always sketchy, and the prison has tons of corridors. So once again, be very, very careful, but you can do it. It's possible. Van did it. Yeah, and there's crime everywhere again. That's what will happen if we make it to that point. But like I said, I don't expect we will. But, you never know. We might make it. I'm including from March Ridge also this area down here. Because I know that this area is like, what, cultists or something? That's what I've heard. But yeah, some places I've just deemed not worth my time. Like this area out here. I know that this is a low pop area, that it doesn't have very many zombies at all. So I was just like, eh. The cult is near Echo Creek. I know that there's something over here. There's like a resort here, isn't there? And then there's some other stuff down this way. It doesn't matter. We'll get through it all. Like maybe this is the cult then? Yeah, I know Rural lives at the resort. I've seen the resort. It looks cool. But yeah. We'll get through it. The most dangerous areas I actually think will be Louisville and doing the military base area at the end. If we make it to all the way through Louisville, this is going to be the hardest, because what's going to happen with this is I'm going to put a generator on the top, and I'm going to hope that the generator powers it, and then down in the levels we go. So this is going to be the scariest. Which one? You're talking the Echo Creek one, where Rural went over here for a long time. And then I know Rural was living over here, and I've seen this fence. I know where all those zombies came from. This fence was terrible. I'm sure that those Irvington Speedway zombies came and bothered Rural. At least a little bit. Because I know that you did at least have a couple of helicopters in this area here. And those would for sure have pulled the Irvington Speedway. Mm-hmm. You're deeply concerned for a military push? Yeah, I can understand. And then also just like the interior alone. But yeah, on Apocalypse, the Irvington Speedway was like 2 to 3,000. Now I don't know how many of those zombies were exterior zombies, but let's assume it's even just 1,000 of that. That'd be 16K. Yeah, you got it right. Unicorn is hitting it on the head. I feel like the military base is worse than Louisville. Despite the Louisville having higher pop and having higher numbers, I still believe that this one is way worse. I think this is the final boss of the game right now. Cause it's deep in the woods. It's a pain in the ass to get there to begin with. The exterior zombies on Apocalypse won't be that bad, but like just getting here is its own challenge. And then once you're finally there, yeah, it's probably the most dangerous place in the entire game. This is the challenge place. A lot of folks would say that in build 41, doing LV was considered a challenge. Doing the Crossroads Mall was a challenge, and doing March Ridge apartment complex was considered a challenge. Those are all challenges in build 41. Time 16, the mall, that took me 11 days to grind through. And that's every day streaming for like, 10 to more, grinding and killing zombies on repeat. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day, by the way, Timotry. I'm having a good day. I'll do my little intro-y thing, and hopefully your run's going good. How is Lori? Is Lori doing good? Do my little intro-y thing. You having a fabulous day? My day started shaky. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I'm kind of going through at the moment that's just mental gymnastics and
You're amazing.
stuff. But, like, I mean, paperwork that I need to get done, auction stuff, other such things, you know. Hopefully it goes okay. That's all I'm hoping for at the moment. Why did you pull you over ice? That sounds horrible. You're 5 minutes in, 4.5 kills, getting to higher tier blacksmithing. Nice. Once you hit level 5, it gets comfy. Like you get you can start making swords if you want. You can make the less good tier swords so long as you have the schematics and or the recipes. Um, but if you get the other recipes, you can start saving up. I recommend making spoons and fine spoons. Not to spoil for anyone that doesn't want that information, but if you're grinding, making spoons and then melting them down and then making more spoons is the easiest way to level blacksmithing. That said, um, there is a diminishing return on the spoons. So you'll lose iron gradually throughout. Yeah, and then as second you get fine spoons as an available crafting method, doing the fine spoons is worth a heck of a lot more XP, especially if you get the books involved. The books are just, well, like anything, you always want the books. Anyways, let's return to Van doing his thing, because I'm done explaining things on the map, I think. If you guys have any other questions about the map, though, feel free, and I don't mind going into details on things, whether you're curious about base locations or, you know, just want to tell me stuff about your runs. I do like that sort of thing. It's cool. Unless you're illiterate. I mean, being illiterate, you can kind of still learn stuff. You just have to grind the skills up, and you'll be limited in some of the recipes because you don't get them all, but you get some. Few of my favorite base locations, at least from Build 41. The Three Mansions is a solid one. I like the bases that we were in LV. I liked living in Burnt Town and then moving to the motel. I like the motel. It is great. This area is awesome. Um, that said, though, some of my favorite base locations in LV. This new. This looks new. I haven't been there. Um, this right here is a good spot, comfortable, sort of. Um, where is it? This location here is not bad. This is where we lived on the server, and it was comfy. Like it was, we you could set it up really nicely, and it was good. Any of the locations over here, living on these houses on the water is fun as well. These waterfront properties. And then obviously this goes without saying, but the military checkpoint on the far side is just it's pristine. It's one of the best base locations you can have in LV. But yeah, so I would say yeah, military checkpoint, motel, burnt town, and then three mansions, this stuff here. Mold only has one. One what? Yeah, you're talking about the four cabins east. Hmm. That's not out there? This is new though. I don't remember this being a thing. They asked. You want to hear about my playing? I die a lot. That's okay. That's most people in this game. Can you show me where the gas stations in Moldra are? You've just started clearing it up north. There's multiple in Moldra. There is this gas station right here, which is this is the Fossoil, right? And I think there's another Fossoil on the strip. That is in. Is it this one? It might be this one. I know there's two. Is it this one or is it that one? There is more than one Fossoil on the strip though. There's two. And then I remember there was one in the train yard as well. Isn't there gas in the train yard somewhere? Did they add gas in the train yard? I could be mistaken though. I don't remember. Hi, by the way, Twist. Hopefully you're having a good time. Internal build's going good and all that. Um, I am. But yeah, Muldra has. I'm pretty sure it has two. Is there a gas station over here? I don't think there is. Food market, food market. Farm. So if you want farm animals here, um, tons of nails and screws, and because this is like it's McCoy. Is the gas station here or it's south? Because this is the Sunstar Motel. Is it this one? You've never spent much time on the south side of the strip? I know that this is the gas station that goes out of town. This is a good gas station. Really good. And then it's right next to the Rusty Rifle scrap yard if you want to do blacksmithing. And then this whole bottom section just pristine. It is such a they redesigned this whole area. So this whole section right here is like a bunch of brand new houses. You can find like generators here that are placed so they're there every time. It's like it's this area is awesome on the south side of Muldra. That said though, the trailer park, or where is it? Is it this trailer park? One of the trailer parks, I think it's this one, is like I don't want to say it's like a better trailer park, but they've got extra stuff there. Like I seen premium generators and chickens. Like they've got it's like a very special trailer park. But yes. Can you guys think of anything else you want? Muldra specifically, or it depends on the settings. What kind of settings? Because it's always depending on the settings, right? Apocalypse, you can base pretty much wherever you want. I would recommend somewhere near water, though. And then you can bring animals to you. Ben Higgins is still alive. Yes, he is. He just continues to live. He's now got 2 more towns under his belt as well. He's defeated both West Point and Muldra. So now we're moving on to Marchridge. But right now he's doing his fitness montage. Like we're grinding up the fitness levels. We're almost level 7. I'm looking forward to having that extra exertion reduction. Yeah, almost 9 months. Yeah, he's getting there. He sacrificed way too much gold to the raccoon god. It's true. Oh, well, there goes that beer. So no one can say that I don't know how to survive. I mean, but we all can. That's it's standard for us folks that have been playing the game for a long time. We all know that we can survive. That's I'm not worried about those folks at all, because surviving a month, we could all survive. Yeah, exactly. And Twist is playing on time 16 as well. As most of the veterans are, and I'm feeling a little bit of being like, feeling left out a little, but at the same time I don't want to just abandon Van either. So I want to play on time 16 too, but that's why I have the offline game, is to give me that extra little bit of a taste of the time 16 while I wait. Because I am waiting for things to stabilize a little bit more, but also Van. Offline? Yes, the offline game. I have an offline game, but that's not a secret. I'm not keeping that one a secret. Dude, we want to see. I know. If you guys want to see, I'll show you. I don't mind showing you guys for a bit. All right, is that what you want? You want me to show you right now, or? Because I guess I could. I can hop on there for a second. I'm not gonna stay on there though. Sure. Okay. Yeah. We'll hop on the off. We'll hop on my offline game for a second or two just to show it off. But then we'll hop back on Van because, like I said, I want to focus on Van. He's my focal point right now. But the offline game is kind of fun. So I'll show it off. Yeah, I'll show it off. Don't worry. It's not secret. Like I don't keep it secret. I'll show you guys. But I figure if some folks want to see it and like I can show that it's not the kind of run that it's meant to be a practice run for me. It's right here, fun and offline. For you, it was a well-kept secret? Yeah, yeah. It's yeah, this one's meant to be just sort of my offline training montage, kind of. But yeah. It's because I can't stream this one. Whenever I have like an extra hour or something and I don't know what to do with the hour, I'll play this run. Like if I can't stream, right? Because I'm busy or like I'm away. I have the save. I can port it to my laptop and I can play it on my laptop. So, but yeah, here so here's my stats for, aiming barely anything, light-footed and sneaking. It's a time 16 game. That's why. Um, yeah, so there you go. Those are my stats. Level 6 foraging, etc., right? And we just got to level 6 carving on this character. So, and I've been grinding. Remember, 0 to hero, it's been a long time grind, but level 4, level 5. I've been carving some stuff, and we just started fishing again on this one. You can see that my characters... I was wrong. It's 4 months, apparently. But yeah, I can go over their journey. We started here. This is that's scary. That's where I went from level, what was it, low level light-footed and sneaking to level 6 immediately, crouching through this area. I lived on this beachfront for a little while over here. It's not marked, but I lived here for a little while until I then pushed over and was living here. I was foraging around and this area was scary. So eventually they pushed me out. I got kicked out. I did manage to barely fight in this area for a little while. I looted these houses, and this is the house that I fell asleep in, where I had over 20 zombies in the living room while I was sleeping. Because I couldn't do anything about it. I went inside the house. I'm like, I hope they don't follow me. And they totally did. I could hear them in the living room. So I just went to sleep because my character needed it. Like I was max exertion, max fatigue. I couldn't do anything because my character's max agony. Remember, pinpoint hearing, often helis, time 16. And then remember, my cherry on top is the 0 to hero plus times 5 muscle strain. So... I'll give an example of that in a second. But Irvington didn't prove to be very good. So I was going to do a flank on Irvington this way, but I decided that was a bad call. So I left and went up this way. And when I came back up this way, I had a helicopter that had pulled stuff over, and this entire way was blocked off. So I couldn't go this way. I had to bail up this direction instead. So I went up here. There was a lot of zombies up here. Too many zombies there, too many zombies here. And you can actually see on the map when I panic and go, I can't deal with this, and I go off in a different direction. So like you can see me just pivot. I went down this way, stayed here for a little while until Helly's then once again pulled me out of this area. To which then I went up here. No chance in getting into Ekron. That's not happening. Um, go up this way. Seen that slept in this house. There wasn't very many zombies here, so I slept here. But then I noticed there was kind of some pressure here, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna bail over to Schubert's. You can actually see me starting to mark where where some of the zombies are coming from. Um, but I was here for a while. I actually ran through here and up this way and was living here for quite some time. About 3 or 4 helis I was here, doing fitness, getting my weight up, and trying my best to get my weight back up to normal weight. Um, and I made it to like 67, 68 before I had to bail from this area because it was just getting too bad. There was too many zombies. I couldn't deal with it. So we went up this way. I slept in this house. And then I was like, I don't want to go up towards Brandenburg. So let's go back down and go this way. So I went over here. Coalfield was a no. I can't go in there. Went up this way. And I went through this way to see. This area is ridiculous. I don't know what's going on here, but this house in the woods is just coated in zombies. So I was like, okay, I can't deal with that. So I went up this way. There were zombies here and here. I slept in cars that were along the road. So um, bailed up to this direction, tried to be up here in Riverside for a bit, and then realized that that wasn't going to work out, especially because I knew the trailer park was coming. And it was on the way. So I bailed downwards this way, went this way for a little while. Was living on the edge of Among Us Lake for just a smidge. Like I was living here, and I was trying to push into this area, and didn't work out. So went back down this way. Was like, okay, I'm going this way, and then eventually I ended up here. This is where I'm at now, and I've been pushing this one in there. I had to go on this adventure by myself because, like I said, this is my offline game for when I have like an extra hour that I can't give to streaming. Like I'm waiting for like to go to work, or I'm got to do paperwork or something. That like I mean, and then I'm waiting on the responses, stuff like that. So that's why this is an offline game. Is this one's the one that I throw an extra hour into or whichever. But yeah, it is very an exciting playthrough, but at the same time, it's tough. And like I mentioned before, here, have a look. Oh, you can't get to see it right now. 1 second. Gotta wait for the muscle strain to go away. Just to show it off, because I found it without you guys. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I said, I wish I could have streamed this one, but I didn't have the time. I don't want to stream for just an hour. I want to be able to like stream for a few hours with you guys. Okay, but here, so check this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's with, so it's times 5 muscle strain. And just to put it out there with this, short blunts are level 2, strength is level 5. Yeah, it's and if you connect with a zombie, it's like it's I have to hope that the zombie goes down because I don't get XP for when you're high muscle strain. Yeah, I'm sure everybody's noticed this by now, but if you have high muscle strain, your XP will go really low. So I have to. It's better to push the zombie on the ground and kill it that way, or have a fence to kill the zombie on, so I get most XP. So because the down attacks give you more XP. In saying that, though, sometimes I don't have a choice. I have to fight a zombie that's standing, but, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, it's like Twist said. It's an adventure that I'm going on alone because, like I said, it's meant to be offline and it's meant to be the game that I play when I have extra time but not enough time to stream. Yeah, that's and yeah, 1380. Like we're getting there on that run. It's fun. And that's with times 5 muscle strain. So that proves kind of for those folks that were whining about muscle strain, I'm sorry, but uh, skill issue. But that's the one that and that run doesn't count, by the way, in terms of anything. Like if I were to get like some crazy high survival time on that or anything, it doesn't count. It's an offline run. And I would hold myself to the same standard that I hold everyone else to. That run would get asterisks. It would have an asterisk. So much failures we didn't get to laugh at. The failures were mostly just like trying to getting blindsided by zombies, like showing up. Because I know it's pinpoint hearing. I know when they're gonna show up most of the time, especially if helicopters. And usually, what happens is post helicopter, you get some zombies. That said, it depends. It definitely does depend. Okay, that was a lot of talking, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab myself another tea, and I will see you guys here in just a bit. Okay. Alright, grab things. Yeah, that adventure is really fun. But it's the reason, like I said before, it's offline because it's just thrown together every few hours. So it's like I play for an hour, then I shut it off, then I go do work stuff, I come back, I play for another hour or two before I go to sleep, and it's nothing long. It's not like this playthrough, which I will play for, so I don't know, anywhere between 5 and more hours, depending. I do wish there was a way that I could just hit a button up here that's compress all, and then I can open the things that I want. This is a quality of life thing that would be nice, but yeah. Well, then that's why one of those things, even though it's an offline run, I'm happy to share it if folks want to see it. But it's like I said before, it's a run that doesn't count. It's more of a run it's meant to be just for fun. I do get the urge to play Boyd by myself sometimes. But also because I hop into debug and I do debug testing sometimes on my own as well, where I'm like, okay, I want to, like the lemongrass thing. I wanted to know how potent lemongrass was while it has its freshness versus not freshness, or other little things like that. I did tests with the combat stuff, and then I later I've seen that I was wrong with some of it, and got further confirmation from Rhett, of course. Because Rhett's much better with his testing than I am, for sure. Sorry, sneezed. Because Rhett goes into the debug a lot deeper than I do. I don't go into it like super, super deep. Sometimes I do, but this is like rare. Yeah, records gotta be on stream. Yeah. That way people can confirm whether or not, it's legit or not. There's less ambiguity that way. Plus, veterans will know if a run is not, like, if you've augmented your settings in some way. It's pretty easy to spot. It's like those videos on YouTube. It's one of the reasons why I don't really watch as much YouTube content for Zomboid, is because I do watch some of it because I find some of it interesting, but at the same time I go in thinking of it like a story, it's not hardcore trying to go for records or runs, because YouTube is storytelling. It's very rare that you come across runs that are on YouTube that are not, because a lot of the time they use debug to set up events, and or to get higher kill numbers they'll change stuff. Yeah, it's to make it like a soap opera, or like it's a story, right? It's a story game and ends up being kind of like a story. Only 9,000 more XP to go. And there's nothing wrong with them doing that. I feel like those runs are really well made and well crafted. It's just they're not like the same. It's different kind of run, right? Yeah, and the content is awesome. It's just its own separate thing. Where did I get the gold? This one was re- um, recovered from the Irvington bank in the basement, because Van wasn't getting paid by the Rosewood Police Department for all his hard work. Maybe his check's in the mail. I don't know. But so he liberated himself some payment from the Irvington bank. Have I made a gold mask yet? I don't know how to do that, but I'm gonna guess that it's either I need to somehow smelt down the gold, and I like it aesthetically, so I'm just gonna leave it alone for now. And if we find gold ingot somewhere, maybe I'll smelt that down. Maybe. I might want to keep the ingot though, so like it becomes hard, right? I want to keep the ingots, or do I want to make the gold mask for flexing purposes? Ugh, so difficult to choose. Okay, we got about another 9,000 XP though to go before we're at the level of fitness we need to be at. Yeah, just because a run is offline doesn't mean it doesn't still have that sort of, I don't know, that feeling of that it's been fun. I've been enjoying that run. It's a good run. The fact that the zombies keep chasing me around the map is awesome too. I like that. It keeps me on my toes. That sound effect is way better than it should have to be. It's awesome. A nice swig of beer. Let's have ourselves a sleep. There you go. It's good to have a run like that, though. It's just like I don't really play very many my other offline games on stream either. Like I have a couple of games that I've played, like my frog games. I would play them on stream, but I don't know if anybody'd be interested in watching me play something like that. There's a handful of frog games that I have though that are really fun and that I got them because they're neat. Yeah, like Toads of the Bayou, or there's another one that's called Froglike, which is really neat. You play as a frog, and it goes on a little story journey where you get to like it's kind of like Vampire Survivors, but with a frog. Um, but yeah, there's a couple of those. They're cute little games to play. There's one that's like uh, Kotaru or something like that as well. You work for a frog refugee center. Is that Kotaru? It's like there's a bunch of sticker frogs, and then you can take little pictures of the sticker frogs, and you can like breed them. Kamaru. Yeah, okay, maybe. Sorry, I was getting the name wrong, but yeah, I played that one. Yeah, my frog center is really good. I've got a few hours in that one. Not very many though, comparatively to a lot of the other games that I've played, but it is a game that I have installed. Yeah, it's really cute. Okay. We're gonna take a break from that for a bit. And we're gonna go and catch some more fish. Yeah, sorry I got the name wrong. It's a cute little frog game. It's, There we go. I feel like this song is like a staple for any zombie kind of game. You think you're so strong? I fought stronger than you. Yeah, you think you're so big with your 132 flathead catfish? I don't think so. It is sizable though, actually. Like, for real, it's actually pretty big. It's a pretty big fish. That's a lot of food right there. Haul it back. On controlling hyperfocus, I've been customizing CSS and not wanting to doing what I want. Like controlling hyperfocus, like so you want to focus on something that you don't enjoy. Is that what I'm to understand? Then you want to control your hyperfocus. There's a couple of ways that I can recommend. I can't guarantee it will work for you, but they work for me. Um, Music and scents. So what I mean by that is I have candles that I can light that are very particular in scent and put me in certain states. Same for my music playlist. My music and the scents together can actually completely shift the way I play a game and change my focus and the way that I'm feeling about certain things. So by knowing which scents trigger certain emotions and trigger certain things in my brain, I can have certain smells that are for certain things. I used to do it all the time in Overwatch. What I would do is I had these tinier candles, and I would light them, and they would have, like, some of them were lavender, some of them were vanilla, some of them were cherries, some of them were other flowers. Um, I would light those, and I would change the playlist that I'm listening to. I had actually specific playlists for certain types of gameplay, and so I would, if especially if I was dealing with certain folks, I knew which strategies would work best with certain folks. And you got to be dynamic, especially in Halo, because people will pick up on the subtlest of things. So you kind of gotta really balance it to a degree. It was fun. It was really fun doing that kind of stuff, because then I'd light a candle, and I just kind of enjoy, right? And I had so many of those folks commenting like, you play like a different person sometimes. It's like weird. I'm like, yeah, I do. It's intentional so that I can't be really pegged down. Got lots of comments like that. It's one of the best features in those kinds of things. But you can use that same strategy in real like processing. So if you have stuff that you don't want to do, you can kind of just use music and scents and other things to kind of curb your focus, because you're enjoying the other things that are around you. So even the thing that you don't really like that you're doing, you'll enjoy it to a smaller degree. Does that make sense? Maybe it'll help, maybe it won't, but that's one of the ways that I do it. Especially if I'm doing paperwork that's so boring. I'll throw on a couple streams and I'll have them in the background, and they make me happy too. Like watching, like, for example, like Rural or Sui or Snoot, or there's a ton of amazing streamers. I'll throw them on in the background, and then I'll light a candle and I'll get through my work, whatever it is. But yeah, definitely listening to different things. Find what works for you and what puts you in certain moods, especially playlists. You can get several playlists going and then just pick another one. Other amazing streamers? Yes, Twist, you are included. You've got an awesome playlist, and I like your chill playlist too, because Twist has a couple of different playlists that he puts on depending on what he's feeling too. Interesting. I especially liked some of your FPS gaming. Or was it FPS? I think it's FPS. Like you playing other stuff too? Not just Zomboid, because Twist does variety. But Zomboid is your staple game. You always seem to come back to it, which is good. Yeah, lots of really great folks. And they all play different games, and they don't have to play Zomboid. It doesn't just have to be a Zomboid, you know, it can be other things too. You like seeing my survival and the song? Yeah, that song thing is new. Folks asked me to do it, and I threw up a ragtag one for when I did, but I preferred it to be in a better quality, so I looked up how to do masking so that I can. Because I'd never done it before. I'd never combined images like that or used things in that way. Oh, I need a paperclip. Well, now it should let me. That sucks that I lost that. Oh well, it's fine. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that stuff. It'll be good. Bathhouses. I'm curious. In Germany, do you not have baths like in your home? I don't know enough about German culture. I'm unsure. RDM Pepper is German as well. I've went through Germany when I was flying internationally. I've been through I went through Frankfurt. Frankfurt's great. I really like there's a restaurant in the airport that was really really cool. They served me good tea. Washington. Okay, that sounds cool. Like having folks that help you out, kind of like a spa day. I'd love to go for a spa day. It's been a long time since I've been to a spa. Last time I went to a spa, it was I was in the major city of my province, which is, and I went to it in the it's the West Edmonton Mall in Edmonton, which is I live in Alberta, which is a nice province. But I don't get to go to spas very often because we don't have one of those up here. Oh well, not a good one. If we do have one, you used to them? Yeah, spas are nice. It's nice to treat yourself. Emma told me that she doesn't like that kind of stuff. Mostly because it's weird, like in her opinion, to have other people near her in that way. But that's partly due to Emma being social, like or lack of social, I suppose. Not wanting someone near you that's for doing that kind of stuff. Emma doesn't even like getting a haircut, and she'll go sometimes, but it's like Okay, see, that sounds kind of nice. But you're talking about Henry and Kingdom Come Deliverance? See, I figured you were talking about a game, but I had no idea the specifics. Because it's one of those things that's a little bit strange sometimes. Autism being a thing. Yeah, that's same for Emma. Emma's autistic as well. But to be quite honest, although I'm not autistic, so my brain doesn't work in the same way. I do very much appreciate Emma's the way that Emma comes up with things, and it's really cool. It's really neat. Yeah, medieval RPG. Yeah. I know Kingdom Come Deliverance. I got it on sale. I have it in my library. I've never played it though. I've heard it's like a Mountain Blade though, and I love the Mountain Blade series. If you've never played Mountain Blade, you really should. It's so good. Such a good series. We're gonna need to go chop down a lot of wood here in a bit. We'll eat food first. Have you played Bannerlord Twist? I figure you might like those kinds of games. It was fun playing Bannerlord because like a lot of the time it was just the complexity of it's just so nice. And then trying to get right to rule so that you can be your own like monarch and grind through all of the like factions and build up your own faction. A lot of the time one of the things I liked to do was I like to help one of the factions gain power and then stamp out one of the other factions and then use their faction's troops as my own because that faction doesn't exist anymore, and then I can build up my right to rule, and then I use that faction as my primary so because they no longer can get mad at you, so you can build up your reputation with them again, and it's just so good. Well, thank you for gifting Twist a sub. I do very much appreciate it. Sub, enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes. No more frog emotes for you, or sorry, ads for you, as well as you get a spoon. Sorry, I messed up that whole train of thought. Mixed up all the words. Yes. You get a spoon. It's a spoon of your own. Enjoy. And you have frogs, yeah. They're all yours. Alright, let's see what can be done this way. Okay. Yeah, all of them. Which reminds me, when we hit the next tier of, like, when we get partnered is the next tier, but we get more emotes, and I'm gonna have to commission more emotes to be done, which is gonna be fun. I'm gonna think about it, but I definitely know that I want some more frog ones, but I think I want more of the bit frog ones. Like, so that's these ones. I like those ones. They're really cute because they're chonky. Ben Higgins is really thriving. Yeah, Ben Higgins has been living his best life. He's I got to get him to continue his fitness montage here in a second because I want to get him to level 7 fitness before we go to Marchridge. But Sorry, tree volume sound is loud. My hat. Enjoy. Mine. Okay. Okay, I'll sit on the ground for a little bit. I need to get some of those logs pulled over, though. I think that they're gonna fix that. That seems like one of the things that's on their list, because it's not intended. I didn't see it causing panic here, though, so I'm gonna guess that they probably fixed it. Did you see panic while he was chopping down trees? You like my sheriff cosplay? I wish I could repair it, though. That's the one thing that I'm, like, sad about, is it won't let me repair it. Let me fix the clothes. Let me cosplay as the sheriff. I've got to deal with these patches. I don't want to deal with the patches. I want to, like, actually fix the clothes so that he looks nice. It's a little nitpick, though. It's like it's a small thing, and I get it. I understand. It's okay. I don't blame the devs. You saw the Moodle? Okay, so then it still exists at the moment. But I'm sure that it's on their list of fixes, like that they're going to fix it eventually. It seems like something that's there. Yeah, I want to do my fashion. I would love it if we could change the exertion, or sorry, the what's it called? You know what I mean, right? The insulation. Because if we could change the insulation on the clothes, oh, you would see me running around in pretty much like different outfits every time. I would be always wearing different outfits because I'd be like, I can change the insulation. Heck yeah. I know there's a mod that lets you do it, but it's not the same, you know, to change it via a mod. It's not part of the game. Okay, let's grab you. Grab you. And grab you and you. And can I grab you too? No. I mean, I guess carrying 16 logs is it's fine. Nah. Charcoal again, not a huge surprise, but we got 37 iron chunks out of it. These 37 iron chunks will then be used to make whatever I need. In my case, what do I want? I know pans are made with simple steel sheets, which require iron blocks, which means I need to make 5 iron blocks. Ta-da! I mean, I could have looted them, but why would I do that? It seems kind of like a... I'm looking forward to doing runs in the future that have no loot. Like, none. But... there we go. Let's throw a few things in these. Chives in both. Okay, just want to make sure. So this is how I'm going to differentiate different foods, is by the extra seasonings that I put in them. So these ones are new, these ones aren't. And that'll be how we figure it out. Also, I can grab those and put them in the freezer as well, because... there we go. Eat some food, then go to bed. You built forges and forges, and yeah, that's the thing, right? Is it's taken a long time, and Higgins didn't start with any blacksmithing. He's got none, like 0 to start with, and now he's capable of making swords. Not quite able to make machetes yet, but I mean, he's getting there. Which reminds me, actually, I need to go over here and we need to do the, what was it? It's this one, I think. Yep, so we want to do that and then put it into fine spoons. Did I manage to harvest? I'm going to be planting crops soon. I'm going to look into which crops can go into April. And then we'll start actually doing agriculture soon. It's just been hard because the crops, they... I know that they're fixing them, but like it's gonna take some time. I think we should be able to see agriculture very soon, though. I'm gonna run and grab those 2 over there. But yeah, we haven't got any skill in agriculture yet. It's on my list of things to do, though, for sure. Because I want to have that. And also, I'm going to do some spear training as well. Which is something that a lot of folks haven't touched yet. Or some folks have, but it's less done. Because spears were not really in a good spot. But I feel like we should give them a try at least. Spear meta? I mean, maybe. We'll see. I know that spears are not as good as they once were, but I did try a little bit of the scissor spears to see. Scissor spears have a problem right now. that I've already discovered, and I bet you it is the same for a lot of the tie-on spears. Is they have a double attack sound playing, and they're not functioning right. Like if you were to go and attack a zombie with them, you'd see right away that there's something wrong there. There's not. It's not functioning the way that the old way, and it's like doing some kind of double thing. It's weird. But yeah, we'll see. I do want to try out some spears though, and the reason why I'm gonna go for cause not to super spoil it, um, but I have access to the advanced spears, like the good spears, not just the, I can make the good ones, like the really good spears. So I'm gonna try them out and see if they're good, how good they are. But I gotta get my spear level up first, so I'm gonna try the fire hardened spear first, and oh, we need sunlight. That's right. Um, I'll note everything. Yeah, I try it out yourself though too. Twist. See about trying it. Maybe don't do it maybe with your main character, but like a side character if you have one. Just throw them up and give it a try. Because it was a little bit weird because I like the sound effect especially, but also just like the hitting of zombies was just, it was strange. It's different than it was. It used to be. You haven't found one in your last game? I have no idea. Probably. Mods mess up everything, just so that we're clear. That's one of the reasons why a lot of the bigger like eventually we do start using mods, but there's a lot of like bigger playthroughs don't use a whole lot of mods because they mess things up later on, especially like weird things. Like there was one that was a map mod that added in some kind of noisemaker on the server that was like some ridiculous noisemaker. I remember that. And then there's also just them not stating everything in the mod that they change. There's a lot of back stuff that they change sometimes. How many did I get? 25. Okay, now make quarter stuff. 13. Find spoons. Oh, we ran out. But yeah, in terms of duct tape, I find duct tape in a lot of places, like cupboards, uh, garages. Without meaning to, I've picked up, where is it? It's right here. Three rolls of duct tape. And that's passively without actually intentionally picking it up. There's a handful of times I'll pick up items and I don't mean to take them with me. It's just they happen in my inventory sometimes. And then I put them in a bin and they stayed in there forever. Hello. So you installed another mod to craft duct tape. Fair. Can I use anything else to make charcoal? No. What about coke coal? How do we get you? Blast furnace. How does one craft a blast furnace? Blast furnace is from Minecraft, by the way. That's how I remember that. But sorry that I coughed at you guys. My bad. How does one get coke coal? I don't see a coke coal creation thing here. I want to be able to make stuff better than this, because there has to be a better method, right? Than making this type of coal. There has to be a crafting inventory I don't understand, like that I'm missing. One of the crafting inventories has to exist that would let you create coke coal or I don't know which crafting inventory it is though. It would be a blast furnace, right? No, I don't mean charcoal. I mean coke coal. So there's 3 types of coal that are mentioned here in the utilization of the furnace, correct? There's coke coal, there's charcoal, and there's wood charcoal. How do I make coke coal? This usually, so in my head from Minecraft, what you would do is you would take regular charcoal and you would put it in a blast furnace. And the blast furnace, or well, sorry, not a blast furnace, what's it called? It's not called a blast furnace. It's called something else. What is it called? Blast furnace was the next step. His previous step. Coke oven. It's a coke oven. That's right. Okay, so there has to be some kind of coke oven that exists that you can then. It has to exist, right? Grind flour, grind seeds into flour paste. No, you're not what I need. The pressure cooker thing for the forge? You're talking about the blower? The electric blower? That doesn't seem like it works for that. I don't think that works at all right now. Metal barrel oven. What is this? What are you? You weren't there before. There's new things here that weren't there before. Pottery bench. Some kind of pressure cooker. I've seen that pressure thing. You think that's how you make coke coal? It won't let me pick it up, though. And I couldn't interact with it. Usually it lets you interact with the inventories if you can do crafting with them. Even if there is no power, it lets you interact and then tells you there's no power. So maybe it's buried? Yeah. Maybe it's there somewhere or it's a placeholder. Like they're going to bring it out eventually. Because I don't see it here. Yeah, because it's not in the advanced forge. And it's not in the advanced furnace. We know that all the recipes in the advanced furnace. Melt glass, sand. Okay. Okay, how does one form glass anyways? I want to know the glass stuff. Okay, this creates a glass pane. That's glass shiv. I've seen glass spears buried in the... How does one create a glass spear? Fire glass blowpipe. Okay, so that makes the blowpipe happen. Are you... Yes, so... Requires level 2 pottery. You just Googled? Google's not gonna know. Google is... no offense to Google, but... This is stuff that's being created and being, like, in the process of. Google's not gonna have a clue yet. Because that it requires... Not that I'm trying to... It requires us to be the ones that go into it and figure it out, right? 'Oh, did I run out of water? I did. I need more water. I'm gonna go grab a bucket. Yeah, Google won't have a clue. I'm sorry, Google. This is one of times where you're gonna not have the right info. Thank you for my frog hat back. I appreciate it. We are the Google. Yes, we are. That is actually the truth. We are the Google right now. We're creating this stuff and figuring it out. Of course, the devs are the ones that created it initially, but we need to find the recipes. So this is on to us. 3396. Yeah, that's not a mod. Like I don't have mods like that enabled. Mine's in vanilla. Unless there's one of the visual mods is applying some kind of mod that puts Coke in the game, which I don't think that I have that. I can double check though. Let's see. Yeah, so it was in a folder named temp not working. So they're still working on it. Okay, that's good to know. That's all we need to know. It's temp not working. So they're still working on it. It's disabled in vanilla. Okay. But yeah, that's fine. It's fine that that's the way that that is. Yeah, I don't care for mods like that. The reason why I don't care for mods like that is because in my game, I am doing I'm trying to find the things that to help folks that don't have the mods as well, right? Because I could download all the fixes easy, no problem, but it doesn't help the folks that don't have those mods, right? So we don't have the pathing of the folks without mods. So we need folks that are able to do that, like myself or other folks. I'm not the only one. There's lots. There's lots of us that are veterans that are not using very many mods, and then eventually they will update, and then you have to take that mod off, right? So then what's the point? I'd just rather not have to do that because that risks my save getting bricked. So there'd be no point. Yeah, exactly. We can report it as a bug, but I don't really need to because it's clear that they are trying to fix it in one way or another. Like they've got it in the plan. Like it's in the plan if it's in the folder that says temp not working, because perhaps they're in the process of creating something with it. And then I'd rather that to go through the proper channels because maybe the mod creator that does the fix makes it easier to craft than the devs would, right? And then suddenly I've got a ton more coke coal than, or alternatively it could be the other way around. Maybe the devs make it harder, or sorry, easier than the mod creator, and I could have saved on some resources. I'd rather just wait. Plus, then I know that it's coming, right? It's something that's on the way. And Temetry is right. If we want to do proper bug reports, we're gonna want to make sure that things are unmodded. Like right now, I wouldn't report anything involving the Moodles because I'm using a mod with the Moodles. It wouldn't help. But I do still want to level up the pottery a little bit, just because I want to see some that glass blowing thing, and I want to see the glass spears that I've those I don't seem to have access to, which is I want to see if there is access available for them or they're blocked off too. Because right now I can make the iron tip spears, which would be really good for spears in general. I'm gonna tell you right now that for your vintage story, you may have clay closer than you think, and then you'll find it later. So I would look real close at the areas that are around you, because that happened to me when I played Vintage Story. I thought that my closest clay area was far away, and then I found some directly next to my area afterwards, and it was awkward. I was like, "Aw." tons of water pockets, no clay. Yeah, I mean, maybe you'll find it, maybe you won't. Maybe you'll find some. I would still keep looking. But I would then also go far for it, I don't mind. Whatever gets you progressing, right? Because later on, you'll be able to get across there a lot faster. Yeah, kind of. I know some folks that play Vintage Story without that though. Like they just play it with without any of the instability stuff, which is because they like it as a what's it called? Like a simpler Minecraft, essentially, with less yeah, eventually they'll have stuff like that, I'm sure. Like that you'll be able to hang stuff and oh, same for the charcoal stuff. I figured that they'll have it so that we can put the charcoal or like the wood in there and then leave it. And it'll light up and probably have an animation or I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it'll just be transmutations the whole time. I'm not sure. But it's funny to me that it's transmutations. You're right about the blue clay in the safe zone? What? So you went back and you found clay? That's funny. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just like, yeah, that sounds about right. It's just like with me with the sledgehammer and the generator mag. Do you remember that? No joke. We went all the way to McCoy. No sledge in McCoy. All the way to Riverside. No sledge in Riverside. Right? Nothing along all the roads. And we've seen quite a few road events. Nothing, right? As I'm leaving this area to go to Irvington for the first time, I travel down this road. I already have level 3 and above electrical. I already have my generators all set up and everything. Inside the back of this this road event down here, Jenny Mag. On the ground, sledgehammer. It's like just as I'm leaving, like I was getting ready to leave for a while, and I did leave for a while. We left and we were in Irvington for quite some time. If you compare, we finished the prison in 1994, right? February 27th, right? We didn't leave Irvington officially until October 31st, 1994. So, what was it? It would have been February. So, the end of February, March, right? All the way to October. We were in Irvington for several months. Nearly a year, not quite a year, but like a little bit less than a year, but still, it was a long time. Rock. Mint. I like that better, so yeah, there's probably red clay around you too. Don't say that. You're not supposed to say that out loud. That's not nice. But yeah, it's like it's the truth though, right? We both know I'm not wrong. Yes, this is clay. I want this. Give me this. The display is still wrong sometimes on that. But don't jinx it. I'm not jinxing it. I didn't even think there would be blue clay in your area. I thought that you actually like looked it all over and it was fine. But no, it turns out that I happen to be right on that too. Let's have a look at this. Super bubble. Hopefully having a good day. I shout you out. And then I'll do my little intro-y thing. But hopefully your run is going well, Sugar Bubbles. Live for 16 days. Oh, nice. Good job. What do I need here? I need a log. I am currently in the process of trying to do glass making at the moment because I'd like to see how glass making is. Power just went out and you're gonna go find more gas. Okay, I understand. I just did a gas refill myself as well as generators galore. Yeah, there seems to be a lot more generators and some that are placed, so it's a lot easier to kind of find them now, which is good. Go, got the log. Just gonna run over here really quick and put this down. Alright, we got this thing. What is this thing for? So it's required for blowing glass like this. Making jars. Looking to make like that. Interesting. Well, thank you very much for the raid. And enjoy your food as well as your stretch and your sleep. Well, sort of. Sort of sleep. Not sleep, but rest. Kind of sleep. Kind of, sort of. Okay, I am still looking at this stuff. I have pliers. I don't think the glass spears can be made. At least that's what I'm guessing. Because I don't see a mold for them. Maybe I'm wrong. Please let me be wrong. Crude bench vice parts mold. What? Vice parts? You got my attention, game. Let's figure out what the heck that is. Okay, so this clearly not yet. And there's you. Might as well bring it back with me. We're probably going to need sunlight. So I'm going to guess that you are something that is pressed in you. Right? No. Crude bench vice parts mold. What are you for? Let's how to get bricks. We can get glass panes. Maybe I just need higher level in those things and then I unlock recipes. You'd figure I'd see the recipes already if I could. Which leads me to believe there's a crafting station that I'm not understanding. That there's an extra crafting station that exists that I can't craft right now that I need to figure out. Because clearly these vice grips go on somewhere, but where and how and why can't I press them into clay? Because it's new. This is a new mold. This didn't exist before. Or at least I didn't see it before, which means either I missed it or it's new. It seems like it is involved in this with the hand press. But it's not in the recipes for the hand press. So that you can do a. But what if it's not? What if it's something that you require a pottery level for? What about over here? I don't see it in there. Well, you don't have it at all. Your recipes are quite limited, which is strange because have a look at some of these. Softening beam's not gonna have it for sure. Canning barrel. Scruncher. Heckler. No, these are not gonna have it. Confused. I'm gonna leave it for now. Meanwhile, though, I am gonna look into the glass making just a little bit so that I can see if I can't do a little bit of glass making. So that's this stuff. So you can make a pane of glass with a small crucible. Bottles. Yeah. So I need a ceramic sheet mold and the small crucible in order to do it. As well as more clay. Just gonna walk back with these things real quick first. Sure. Oh, we gotta fill up our water and eat our food. Let's think this through. back because we're encumbered again. Alright, bring you with me. Yes, I can. These are really heavy. I should bring back water. Okay, you are needed to make a sheet mold. Is that something I need though? Yes. We need a clay sculpting tool, and this is doing that thing where it's off the screen again. Can I? No. Oh well. Have a good one. The clay sculpting tool is not available to craft. Fair. So, is it something that I can make with blacksmithing? No. So we can't progress that at all, which sucks a little. Can't make panes, which means I can't make glass, which means glass blowing is a dead end. Right? Let's double check that I'm right on that. Unless making a shiv counts as glass making, I think glass making I've hit a dead end. Because I can't make this without having the clay thing that I can't make. So we'd have to find a clay sculpting tool, which I don't know where to find those. And by the way, hopefully you're having a good day there, Molly. I'm having a good day. I am just progressing a little bit more before we decide to go to Marchridge, which is the plan. We also need Van to hit level 7 in fitness, which I've been a little bit, not avoiding, but I've been procrastinating a smidge on it while I look at other things that I like crafting and other stuff. Like, I'm at the stage now where I'm thinking about the next weapon he's going to be using, because we're almost done with long blunts. And I know that we can do long blades, but I wanted to see if there was a possibility to do like other types of spears and other types of things. I have found that there is the iron tip spear that I can create, but for now, I think we'll see. It's one of those things that I'm not sure about. Ah, we're doing this again, huh? Go, have these. Let's do 4. And favorite you so I can sharpen you. Or actually, I may still be able to sharpen it with it favorited. I don't know. These, bring them back. That should be another 100 or so charcoal. We're burning charcoal like crazy. This whole area used to be trees. Like this whole section. You'd never know it though. I'm wiping out one forest at a time for my needs. Which, in fairness, the trees had it coming. They've been living their life, being violent and harboring the zombies, hiding them from us. Okay, let's run inside real quick. Sharpen this. And I gotta relog to fix that. Because that is annoying. That crafting bug is annoying, where it like makes the window wake super big, and I can't fix it. Like there's no button or anything to put it back. Resize crafting window to smallest, please. A button for it. I don't like that I can't make it small. Because when it's obscuring my screen like that, it makes me worry about my character, right? Wipes out forests, crime, and families of 5. It's not his fault. He's got one of the worst people who drives piloting him when he's in the car. Outside the car, I'm pretty good. But inside the car, I'm a hazard. Be warned. Don't let me behind the wheel. Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay. Oh wow, we're really exerted, huh? Get fish roasting. You forwarded a picture of Kate? I haven't forged a picture of Kate yet, but I've found a picture of Marianne Brown. It's kind of nice. I suggest Karumi's managed to find a bunch of them, like a ridiculous amount of these. Apparently they've always been in the game. I don't know that to be true 100%, but I do know that Kurumi did show me a picture of a big bunch of them. Dr. Coleman, as well as a bunch of other pictures that exist that were not just Kate. I've found the picture of Kate a few times. In a particular playthrough, I found actually a few of them, but I'd never seen any of the other pictures up to this point. I have now seen Marianne Brown. I'm looking forward to seeing more than just Kate, of course. I do like seeing the picture of Kate when it shows up. It's one of the sort of the cool items. But yeah, to see these other ones would be neat too. Jeez. Yeah, something's going on with that, and I don't trust it. Kudos, by the way. I wasn't trying to play down your achievement. That is super lucky. You found something that is rare. But keep an eye out for the other pictures, is what I mean. You can find them. I believe in you. Gotta catch them all. Photographs. Oh, now I've got that photograph song stuck in my head. Look at this photograph. You've seen Casey Joe before? Oh, that's cool. Well, I wish you luck in your photograph, like finding. I haven't seen that one. We're so close. I might as well just finish this with these, hopefully. Oh, come on. Why you gotta tease me like this? You see it teasing me? You see? It's teasing me. It's, this should be it right here. This will be the level up. The reason why I care is because on this level up, we get to level up to the point where we do the next level of swords. So... Workable iron. Next, workable iron. Maybe it's something they're gonna add in. Maybe you can turn the metal scrap into workable iron, and then, so like the broken items, you can maybe we can turn the breakable like the items that are gonna be broken into workable iron. Ah, then maybe it's a good idea to keep broken items at this point. Maybe. Don't know. It's hard to say. Sword blade. Machete blade. I definitely want to be making the crude swords though now, I think. It's going to require full steel bars though to do it. I do not have the metal for that right this second. Even if I take apart a bunch of the stuff that I have. Apparently this handy knife isn't something that is involved, but I know these things do, though. Up here in the list. Maybe the fragments don't. And the handy knife doesn't seem to either. A lot of items here I wouldn't expect. Yeah, so these don't count. Ooh, that's a thought though. What about nails? Are nails on this list to melt down? The reason why I'm curious about nails being on the list is because I can make nails out of those steel chunks. Okay, I can't. Nails are not on that list. Right, because... No. Buckles are made on that? Yeah, so can we smelt down buckles? So I can make buckles. This is getting larger each time. Please stop. Are buckles on this list? Steel wool is. I don't see buckles on this list. Power pieces are. Do I have any buckles? I can see if we can do it via buckles. Just make a few buckles. Well, they give me XP at the very least, which is nice. Advanced. No. So buckles you can't. Still a good use for the steel chunks, though. To make pieces and then make buckles. Buckles are used in making iron armor as well as belts, I think. Can you make a belt with them? Yeah. These steel pieces aren't good for anything else, unfortunately. At least not at the moment. So these two things are not super useful. I'm gonna put them there. Let's go to bed. Then tomorrow, maybe we'll go and take apart some fridges. And the fridges will give me metal. The metal I can then use for making swords. Of course it's a day like this. I'm just gonna speed through this day doing fitness. We have to get to level 7 anyways, so... Okay. we go. Get it up to 53,000. We'll go get some food, drink. As we wait. Oh, I let the power go out. I didn't check the generator. Oops. My bad. Awkward. Sitting in the darkness. I was like, I thought the generator exploded for a second there. Thank you for the frog out back. Do very much appreciate. I think we'll go to sleep. That is a good call. I'll do some wellness here in a moment. I'm gonna get myself another tea. Hopefully you're having a good time there, Archdemon. I know you're lurking, but you know. Yep. Van had a nightmare. Relax, Van. Oh, you're not gonna relax. Here, just, you know what? Have a quarter of this beer and have a nap. His bedside beer. Calm down, don't worry. Come on, Van. Have a nap. There you go. Quick, before the pain comes back. He yoinked it a few hours ago. That's true. No, I've had it returned and taken several times since then. It happens, though. So long as it makes you guys happy. I'm content with it. But yeah, I said that I would BRB for some wellness, so I'll BRB. French tea, exciting. Alright, let's continue. Let's get Van to where he needs to be so that we can go to March Ridge and be comfortable. As well as I want to have the other weapons ready because Long Blunt is not going to be able to... Like, I mean, we can keep using it, but it won't give us XP, so what's the point? Right? So we got to be ready for when Long Blunt hits that 9k. So either we're going to use long blade, axes, spear, short blade, etc. I'm thinking we're probably going to go continue with long blade, but I want to make sure we have enough long blades to keep going with it. Okay, let's start with that though first. Grab the backpack. I want to use this backpack. Yeah, I don't see a reason not to. Oh? Why is that a blind spot? Is it because I was in there recently? Is it because I left the door open? No. Interesting. What caused the blind spot? Is it because I passed through already? Interesting. Is it because I was inside this room? And then... No? I don't know what caused that. That's strange. Weird. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. We'll go grab... We've got a mask. We just need a welding rings. Let's go. Hmm? Hello, Zambi. What are you doing here? No. Let's go. Yeah. Just can't get... It's never perfectly clear, is it? There's always at least like one or two of you kicking around somewhere, hidden off in the trees or something. Why is it never clear? There's like one zombie somewhere out there. Okay, let's fix this because these are wrong. Come to think of it, I should go this way for a second. Because there's a couple over here that are like that too, right? I must have removed those because I was changing them and I didn't have the right I think, right? No, wrong. There we go, that's better. Corn dog, not to call you out of lurk, but I'm curious. Are your piles doing good? Yeah, I'm curious. Hopefully they're doing okay. They're not giving you too much frame loss. These are two red cars, right? Same for these. You want to meet them all. I can understand that feeling. Apparently, I've got a few zombies as well. Eventually, I will go and meet the Louisville zombies, but right now, it's not a necessity. Poor Kevin. He just had a customer. Van always treating the customers poorly. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. My apologies. Didn't mean to run you over. At least you managed to survive. Oh, for a nutrition change? Why? Did you take fast metabolism or slow metabolism? In my opinion, right now, always take slow metabolism. Just as a side note, because it reduces the calories you need. But yeah, if you took fast metabolism, it might have been a mistake. Because you need a lot of calories. Like, way more calories than you require normally. They might fix it, but I don't know if that would change your character currently. If you have one active in build 42. Remember, because some things won't carry over. Some things will get relearned. Some things will adjust. But some things won't. Fish to butter? It's still fish, though. Like, no offense to butter meant, but, like, it's... And, yeah, butter is very strong, but fish is still superior. I can catch one fish. It saves me in-game time of churning. I don't have to churn anything. One fish minus 340 hunger. Or, like, minus 160 hunger. And, you know, it lasts for a few days. It's still fish. Fish is still the superior calorie gain method. Butter is helpful, though. I do feel like they should change it so that butter is, but then it'll just go to fish. And people just use fish instead. You got tired of the eat-sleep cycle? Yeah, so do something different then. Maybe work on farming, or try adjusting to, like, building, or maybe go out into the woods and live there. You don't have to eat, sleep, kill. That's not necessary. You just kind of do whatever you want. Figure out some of the crafting skills and go from there. But that's essentially what Zomboid is a sandbox where you eat, sleep, and kill stuff. It's the simplicity of it, unless you have a goal. You have to set yourself up a good goal. I don't know if I want these things. Yeah, it's good to take a break and then come back to it later when you're more comfortable and want to do some of that. Because the gameplay loop for PZ can be kind of samey. There we go. Put these things in here. Stop myself from doing that. Refill. Still quite a lot of these to go. You're wondering why I'm not taking the wire? I have so much wire, you don't even know. There's so much wire. I couldn't be bothered with it right now. You know cobblestone in Minecraft, right? That's how I feel about wire right now. I could make a million wire right this second, whenever I want. So, why do I need more wire? And then it's a byproduct of all these cars as well. Imagine how much wire I have back in Irvington. I've taken apart so many cars. And all because I wanted to level up metalworking, right? Well, it's called metalworking, but I keep, like, blacksmithing. You're an absolute loot goblin? Well, yeah, but would you pick up every single piece of cobblestone? You wouldn't mind throwing away just a little bit of cobblestone, right? Or do you have to have it all? I actually do. Well, that's a problem. Kind of. It's a you problem, though. I'm sure you're okay with it. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying that it is a problem to take every single itty bitty item. Because there's some items that are completely like, what? How are you going to use every single piece of wire? You know, are you going to actually make a ton of the fishing traps and tons of barbed wire fencing and tons of like? Do you see? It just becomes excessive after a while. And the biggest reason as well is I can catch fishing nets in fishing, right? And then I have the recipe that lets me take them apart, which means that they give me a full spool of wire. At infinitum, I can catch an infinite amount of those because with the resources that I currently have, I can make an infinite supply of fishing poles. There's no end to the amount of fishing poles I can create because I can make nails, I can make wood rods, and I can make twine. So because I can do all three of those things, I can make as many of those as I want. Meaning I'm never ever going to run out of wire. It's not possible. It'd be limited. Like the way I would be limited would be by twine, actually, which is the funniest part. The twine would it takes 20 dogbane hemp to create one twine, or I can find flax and scrunch them, and or grow flax, right, and scrunch that. The issue being that that does take some time. So to make the flax happen, as well as the scrunching process, it probably only gives you one twine, meaning that by the time the flax have grown and came into effect, I probably, because it takes what, 200 and what was it, 240 or 270? I can't remember. But let's round it down. Let's be generous and say 200 days, right? Now compare that to foraging. If I forage for 200 days, what is my resource pool? 200 days of foraging versus the one plant of flax I get, or even let's say I plant a field of it. Comparatively, I mean, if it's a field of flax, that may be different. Maybe it might equate out to be about the same, but that requires quite a lot of planting and then hoping that the rains come and keep the flowers or the plants going, right? And that none of them die to disease and all of these other systems that are in play makes it worthless. Yes, I know hemp works for twine too, but that's requiring like the same amount of care as flax, right? That if you plant the hemp seeds in the ground, it's the same as the flax seeds. They're almost identical. So it ends up being that, is it worth it? If you compare the two, what happens? Well, I mean, yes, you don't have to pay as much attention to the agriculture. But then again, you do, because what if your crops get sick with disease? Then what? Well, if you space them out, they won't spread the disease. Okay, that's fine. They still need to be watered. What if the rains don't come? Well, then you have the issue of they're going to die because of the not watering. Now, most of the time, rains will come, so you don't have to worry about it nearly as that much, especially in a default game. But it's still not as passive as just walking around with foraging. Well, I mean, foraging is active, but you can get a lot more resource pool doing the foraging than you can with the agriculture, thus making the agriculture kind of not worth it in the long run, which is sad a little bit. Because before, farming used to be kind of worth it as a source of low calorie food, as well as a source that you could exchange for high calorie food in the rabbits. But in saying that, that's not the way it is now. Because how long does it take to make cabbages now? It's like, what, 90 days? Or I don't remember. 1 second, and I'll have a peek. Skills, recipes, agriculture, cabbages would be under C. 60 days. Oh, we could plant them now. We probably should. Um, it takes 2 months to create cabbages, right? That's 60 days to create a batch of cabbages. They lowered the seed amount though, so it only costs you one seed to create one cabbage. A plot of cabbages, I mean. Um, yeah, it's one of those things that's rough. It's definitely rough. Because that's more than double the old rate, right? The old rate was what, like 30 days or something like that? A little bit less to make cabbages, or was it like 14? I can't remember. It was a short amount of time comparatively. Now it's like way longer. Which I mean is more realistic, but then ends up being that the system then isn't going to get used as much unless you lower the settings. It's just like the jarring system. The jarring system is kind of neat as an idea, but it's just not feasible. Like in terms of why would I ever bother to jar anything, giving up my non-perishable sugar in order to produce a perishable food for a longer longevity of time? It just doesn't make sense. Why would I not just keep making food that is fresh, like creating crops and or catching food or foraging food that is ready right now and is good. I don't need to jar things. Why would I jar things? It's a system that's cool on as an idea, but it functionally is not useful. That's why I can appreciate the idea though, but and I like them for decor. Like I feel like they're great. They're great decorations. But outside of decorating, it's not. They're not useful. Not to offend, but from a game mechanics standpoint, as well as it just doesn't make sense. Kentucky Herald 16. Similarly, it doesn't make sense to have both flax and hemp, like at the same time. I don't understand why would you have both. I know they both exist, but what's the purpose in having two? Is there a purpose? Will they be used for different things? These are things that I don't know as a player, and as a player, I'm looking at it and going, why is there both those things? Why does there have to be two? Yeah, having found out that cabbages can be planted and carrots can be planted, I'm going to plant both. Um, I'm sure it'll rain eventually. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. This is how you lived. And then continued to live forever and ever and ever. Yeah, that's definitely how it goes, huh? No, I think Ben will die eventually. I have a feeling that he'll die eventually. There we go. That's done. These are the carrot seeds. They can go there. Especially since the buildings are all cramped. I mean, I'm not worried about Louisville. I know that that seems kind of strange, maybe, but I'm not worried about it at all. I'm worried about the military area afterwards. That's the area I'm most scared of. Which, as a, like, it makes more sense to be scared of that area. Because going up buildings is one thing. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit dangerous. Going down, down, down is much scarier. But we'll see. Maybe I'll die in Louisville. Won't know until we get there. Maybe he'll die in Marchridge. I have no idea. But we've planted crops, so crops exist now. It's taken me quite a long time. And actually, before we plant these other ones, let's see. Can we plant anything else? Yeah, we can plant broccoli. Can we plant potatoes? Yeah, we can plant potatoes. Sorry. There we go. We did all of that, so that's done. No more worrying about that stuff. Put these here. Alright, so now we have a plot of land that is ready, kind of. There we go. Sleep. So tomorrow we'll go and grab all the metal. We'll make a bunch of swords. Then we're basically set up to go, kind of. I do want to finish off the fitness, which we need only about 7,000 more XP, which sounds like a lot, but it's not comparatively to the total. Like we're basically at 60k, so I'm not worried about that as much. Which side are you on? See, these complete steel bars actually can be used, so I could just bring those over here. That's 6 swords right there. The rest of this stuff, I'm pretty sure can't. Like the blocks and the chunks and the pieces can be turned into buckles, so we can make buckles out of those. But that said, I don't think those can be used for anything else. These ones can be fused together. $35 chunks is not terrible. And this bag doesn't have a crude whetstone? there's no... Is there? Yeah. Once again, we're at that awkward stage where we need even more charcoal. This, drop that. We're gonna need this over here. Okay, and that's 11 sword blades, which means that we can make 11 swords. Question though, which sword handles small? Yeah, well, this isn't the first time we were making these. We've made the other kind before, but this is, these are the bigger ones. These are the two-handers. So, I think. I'm pretty sure. Because the other ones were called short sword, and this one's called sword, so that to me means larger, but I could be wrong. Let's find out. Together, let's find out. Here we go. We fuse them together, and here we are. Let's equip. Yep, it says equip in both hands. There we go. That's the swords. We've made 11 of them. So they're similar to the katana in a way. This is like a very crude katana that we've just created. So they're not as good as the katana, right? Because the katana is full damage. Meanwhile, this is like, it's like 90%. Like, I mean, it's almost there. It's not quite katana worthy. I guess the forged version of a katana will be the short sword or the other sword. Because there is one sword up from this one. So like if we're looking at this and we go, where is it? It's level 9 is required to craft it. Right here. The machete, and then it's not the scrap sword. It's the sword. It's just called sword. So I'm guessing this one is equivalent to the katana. It's like forging a katana. Yeah. Because obviously, if this current one, like, look at this current one's damage. It's one tick off of being a katana, which means that probably the damage on this sword would be enough. But we need to get to level 9 for that, and currently my metalworking is 8, I think. So it would require us to make quite a lot more spoons. And we also need to read the book. Yeah, we made 9 swords. So that should be enough to at least get us into March Ridge, I think. right? Plus these broken ones and the 2 katanas that we have. That also unlocks it. I have the recipe, though. I don't need to unlock it. I already have the recipe. So, because we found the schematic. So let's see. No, Van doesn't eat stale food. Blech. Actually, we should probably put this in the composter, shouldn't we? Yeah, that should be enough to get us into Marchridge at the very least. And then if we need to go and forge more steel, we can. Where am I at with the other stuff? Not quite there for mechanics. You can read the metalworking book and the pottery book, because I know I have those 2 books. Oh, we don't have the metalworking book. I thought we did. That's okay. So we won't worry about it right now. I'll go get some food here in a moment. Go to bed. It's not where I asked you to be. There. I still want to get up the fitness, though. If we can get fitness up to 7, the exertion will be a lot better managed. We're very close. 700 XP, or 7,000 XP. And some of these better days when we've done fitness, we've gotten, like, yeah, nearly 2k XP in a single day. So we can do it. It's just, it's going to be a bit of a task. And then we do have more here that we could make into even more swords. How full is the bag? Fairly full with these, so I think that's the idea, is that we break the bag that we currently have, and then we always can go get more. Secondary, this should allow me to carry both, right? How did you train your fitness and strength? You see, I grabbed 2 really heavy bags of things and was running around. Yeah, I think we'll take the propane out for now. Place it here. Put away these engine parts because I don't need them at the moment. We'll finish reading this. Then we'll start doing the fitness, find out a little bit more. I think we should be able to hit level 7 soon. And then we'll be onward to March Ridge. We're basically set up and good. We just need to have put our foothold down in March Ridge. We'll figure that out here in a bit. Because the chances are probably I'm going to live here. And then we'll put, like, we'll clear all of this as quickly as I can. This section is where it's going to get annoying because it's busy there. How long has one of my characters stayed alive? You mean my personal best? This is the PB. And if you want to see how I died, there you go. So Van is coming up on close to my PB for survival. He's getting there. If he survives for another year or so, he'll be able to take that as his own. Alright, let's go get that fitness on. You wonder why I don't take the... It's penance. That bandage on his head is representative of the his second laceration he took. He took 2 lacerations and survived, so he needs to keep that on in my mind. I'm going to min-max this food just a little bit here in a second. Because I've not been doing that, and even now I'm not doing it really all that well. But here, if I want to min-max it, his caloric gains should be still fairly high. which means that I don't actually need to eat a full meal. I just need to eat enough to not be hungry. So eat a bit now, go to sleep, and then when we wake up, we eat a little bit more. Balancing things out a little. Look at that, 1300 fitness XP. We're getting there. Got about another 4,600 XP to go, and then we're done with that for the time being. Fish is delicious. Which kind of fish are you feeling like eating? Like salmon, tuna, herring? Anything in particular? I think it was I was with Emma when we had we had some, I think it was salmon with lemon. It was really good. It was hard as freshly caught from the river. Yeah, lots of little bones though, so be careful. Make sure that you're really chewing your food. And even then, like, you got to be careful. Like, cuz I was really chewing every bite of that and end that clip. Yeah, I nimbled a little too far and my swing was a little bit bad connect. It's just, you know, it's how it goes. Just to give clarity on that, had we survived that day, I was going back to West Point that day after the end to go and celebrate 3 years. We were going to go wave at rods. We were going to make 3 cakes. I had plans. So just so that folks that, because I've had a handful of folks that are like, oh, you threw that one away. I'm like, no, I did not throw it away. I made a mistake because I'm human. You threw it away. It's the same folks that said the same thing to there's a lot of folks that do those conspiracy things. Oh, you did it on purpose. No, why would I throw away 711 hours of progress? Like, it's silly. I wouldn't just do that on purpose. Same folks were like, you know, same for they said the same thing to Lamprey when he was, oh, you died prior to a million. Oh, it was totally, you know, planned. No, he had other plans. He was actually, a lot of us joke around about it, that he was smited by Jeremy because part of his plans, he planned to eat Jeremy raw after he hit his million. So a lot of us joke around and say that, oh, it was Jeremy that killed you. He smited you. Don't eat the frogs. Don't mess with the frogs. But yeah, it's one of those weird things. It's just rage bait. Yeah, that's the thing though. They presses the buttons right, just the right way. It's annoying, and they know it too. And like you said, it's rage bait. It's frustrating to hear those folks. There's the same folks on Reddit doing that nonsense. Shit. You gotta think though that as well, those runs when they end like that, we're very relieved afterwards because we get to start a new run. We get to go on a different adventure. Believe you me, the same run is fun, but it's also there's a lot that goes into a run when it gets long. You gotta keep it going, and there's a lot that goes into it. We're so close. I just need to get a little bit closer and then we can ignore fitness again for a while. I was sad when I told Emma, though, a little bit about that run. I was like, oh. Emma was like, oh, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm actually kind of relieved. I do feel a little bad about it, because, like, I mean, I did have plans, right? There was a little bit of, like, aw. But at the end of the day, during that moment, I said the same thing. Like, it's like, I was relieved. I was like, because I had lots of work stuff going on around the same time, so I was busy, and I didn't know if I could commit as much time to the run as I'd wanted to. So it became a little bit worrying in that way. It's like, okay, I might not be able to play this week, and then when I come back next week, I've got to pick up where I left off, and there was a lot of stress that went into that. So as a result, when I died, there was, yes, the disappointment of, oh, but there was the also the, thank goodness the run is over. And it's a level of relief that matched when I finished West Point the first time. It was the same feeling of there's no zombies here anymore. I can relax. Even when there was like a group of 500 or whatever less on my generators when I went out in the morning, it was like, oh, okay, I just clean this off and off we go. We're good. It's the same level of relief. It's the same feeling. Sort of a relaxedness that is very comfy in that way. You can just don't have to worry so much. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'm gonna put some rabbit meat in these. I'll do that in the morning. We're very close now. We're only 3,000 XP off. Or 4,000. Yeah, 3,800. Sleep. Yeah, it's like the best way I can tell you guys how it felt was it was like it's like a goldfish died. Yes, it sucks, but and maybe you have an attachment to your goldfish that maybe I don't have that same attachment to goldfish, because I usually in a fish tank you have several goldfish, so it's like a goldfish died. Oh darn. Okay, well I have another goldfish. It's fine. Or I can get another goldfish very easily. It's not the same as like a more lengthy pet, like a frog or a cat or a dog. They kind of last a lot longer and feel a lot more attachment. How goldfish taste? I'm sure they're probably similar to regular fish. Hmm. Okay, we'll fix that here in a second. It tastes like mud. See, this is why we don't trust Google 100%. You shouldn't trust Google 100%. That's why the internet, take it with a grain of salt. You heard they aren't very good? I'm sure they're not very good. But, like, I mean, at the same time, I don't think they taste like mud. I'm sure they don't taste great, though. But it would also be dependent on the person who's eating it, right? All of our taste buds are different. Like, somebody who likes that flavor, may say that it doesn't taste that way. Is he a rhinestone cowboy? Maybe. And a rhinestone cowboy. Possibly. This is Higgins' sheriff phase, though. That's what the AI told you? Well, that's great. Does the AI understand that it doesn't have a tongue and therefore it can't actually tell us what things taste like? It can just regurgitate the information that other folks have said. It doesn't. It's not fully accurate. No offense to the AI meant. It's just it conveys information. It's just like, for example, we've all seen on Twitch those AIs that say the stream stuff, right? That kind of read out what possibly happened in a stream. We've all seen it where they don't quite get it right, where it's like, no, that's not how the stream went. Good try, but not quite the same. Yeah. That's why I say always take those sorts of things with a grain of salt. It's like, it's one of the worst. I mean, they're probably trying, and they may improve it over time, but it's one of those things where, I don't know. It's outside of my realm of understanding. I don't understand the AIs. I know AIs it can be used for good things, but it's currently being used as buzzwords and is not quite being used in the right ways. So I feel like it's just like it's people are just kind of throwing it around and then hating on it if it appears. But at the same time, they're not fully grasping what it may entail. Like there may be more to it than what is being said, you know? Because I feel like AI is it's a tool, right? At the end of the day, it's a tool used to make things, or is supposed to make things easier. But I don't know. It's not something that I fully understand. I don't like it when things are like, but it's hard. I don't know. Yeah, that should be about 5 days worth of food, or just under that actually, like 4 days. We'll go sleep. Drink the remainder of the bedside booze. Unless I don't need to. Oh, we definitely need to. Yeah, I don't know about that stuff at all. I think there are cases to be made where AI is good, but I think that there are cases to be made, many more, where it's not being utilized in a good way. That's trying to be utilized as a shortcut. I don't know. It's like I said, can definitely do with it being used in the right ways, but I don't know how to incorporate those things because I'm not privy. I don't understand. No, woke up. It's fine. All right, back to your squats. I mean, sure, push-ups, but yeah. So you think that if it was applied to like energy, like formulas and stuff like that, that it would actually be beneficial? Kind of like running a reactor or something? I don't know. It makes me think of Jarvis or whatever from Iron Man. I could see that stuff being useful. But like I said, it's all stuff that I don't understand fully. How is weight doing? Bad. Um, please don't kick up anymore. We need to burn calories. Because it's open source. I don't know anything about that stuff. I just know that ChatGPT's sometimes got good stuff on it, but most of the time it's once again one of those things where you kind of got to be cautious with it because the information it gives sometimes is eh. Yeah, my perspective on things is that it's a tool that could be used for good, but I don't know how exactly, and that a lot of folks are trying to use it as a shortcut, like to not pay people and then be greedy, which is annoying because that's not what it's for. A lot of people are being trying to use it to synthesize voices and make art and stuff like that, and it's not what it's for. Come on, Van, bring it down. I think I should get more wood for the wall. I don't think this is enough wood. It's not an I don't think. It is a 100% this is not enough wood kind of deal. We're very close to leveling up our fitness though. Yes, indeed. We found some watermelons. So, eating watermelon. And we're going to work out. Thousand more XP. Come on, Van. Push it. Push those gains. $700 more XP to go. $500. Come on, Van. 400. 300. 100 XP. And he is now a level 7 fitness. There we go. Huge. You're looking good, Van. Look at that. And he's just now coming down off the weight, so this is perfect. Absolutely perfect. So tomorrow in game, we can have Van start his trek over to Martridge. Okay, let's grab back that wood spade, because that's his emergency weapon if he absolutely needs one. But we are going to be filling his bag with swords if we can. How much charcoal is here? I'm gonna grab half of it. Okay, that's 29 iron chunks, which can go here, and then we want to make as many of these as we can, so that we can make as many of these as we can. It's 3 more blades, which means 3 more swords. Those swords are going to go in my bag. Yeah, it kind of looks much better, doesn't it? It's still crude though. Like, I mean, there's gonna be like better swords later, but it's like it definitely looks a lot better. Like, we definitely have much better of a thing. Let's get a little bit of. Do we have? We don't have the metalworking 5 book. We don't have the knapping 2 book, and we don't have the carving 5 book. So that is unfortunate. Do I have any other books that I could be reading? Foraging is maxed. I don't have to worry about that. For farming or animal care is good for now, but we will be going to check on our little friends over in the farmstead. Our sheep that we have not named yet. And then we're basically ready to go, which is awesome. I'm super hyped about it. I want to go see the sheep though before we get ready for our journey over to March Ridge. 640 days. It took us how many days to get prepped? Roughly 20 days to get prepped. Yeah, 20 or so. It's natural. We need to get our weight up, and then off. Also, I decided to start trying to do glass making, and then hit a wall with it. So there is no like glass making is hard to do at the moment because the I don't have the clay tool that's required, like the clay sculpting tool. Um, that said, though, I was kind of hoping to try the glass spears because I've already tried them and I know that they're interesting. Put you in my bag, but we're gonna get ourselves some forage goods as our primary food. All of this should be well watered, by the way. Oop, there's mushrooms. Yeah, that's good enough to sate us. Okay, we'll go grab the vehicle and drive over to the sheep just to have a peek at them. Make sure that they're okay. Oh, hello. Hi, nice to see you. Great. I do appreciate. Um, Hopefully you're having a good day and you've had fun with whatever you were up to. I know that you play a swath of variety, but you also sometimes you play Zomboid. Let's have a look. Rose Raid indeed. It said that you were. Oh, it's a bit of a mixture today, huh? It's you were just chatting and then also some Zomboid, probably doing some sort of announcements or something. Exploring Brandenburg. Interesting. Brandenburg is a fun place. I haven't been there yet, but I do remember the riverboat from before. So I am curious to see how that area is all doing with the new tiles. But yes, hopefully you had a good stream. I've having a good day so far. I'll do my little intro-y thing and then we'll continue. I'm gonna go check on my sheep here in a second. Um, Oh, you just started with just shouting. Okay, it's just I've been trying to make it a habit that when I do the shout out thing that I actually open up and look at what you were doing last in terms of anybody who comes in with a raid and stuff. As I want to know, maybe you had something that was interesting that I can go back and watch in a VOD or something. You know, it's interesting that way. Anyways, I'll do my little intro. There we go. Is Aren't you a good egg? Good egg. Well, either way, whichever you've got to do, if you got to do some self-care and stuff, 100%, take care of yourself. You know, I understand how it is to go for long hours on streams and then remember, oh yeah, I'm a human being. I got to eat and sleep and stuff. It happens. It is important. Make sure to take care of you. It's like a strawberry. It's a very juicy strawberry. It reminds me of Jello. Oops. You have pretty good stamina. I've always had very good endurance in terms of some things. Some things less so. It just depends. Gaming is something always, like, I can play for hours and hours. And I'm good mostly. Although I do start to falter in my gameplay around... I don't know. I notice it. It's something that's noticeable for me. Is when I am fatigued to a certain extent, I start to do less good. But back when I used to play competitive gaming, I when I did that, I would jump on a Smurf and I would play on a Smurf instead for a bit, let myself sort of reset. Don't judge me. Smurfing is fun. You don't have to wait a million years in queue. It's nice. $800 million years for the queue to go through. Not fun. Oh dear. Those poor rabbits. They didn't have a chance. Please don't be dead, sheep. Yeah, you're not dead. You're fine. The van's here to pet you, and that's honestly all I'm gonna do. Yeah. Oh, you look like you're actually got some wool on you. You're actually like a poof. Look, it's all poof. I should bring a bucket and milk you, and then also shave you at some point. That looks like yarn, like a decent amount of yarn. We don't want the sheep to get too coated in wool. That's unpleasant for the sheep. When they've got too much wool, they get sad. Like in reality, I mean, because it's like excessive. And not care until 8 hours. That's when you have to stop. I used to play Overwatch for so many hours, an absurd amount of time. That's how you rack up that amount of hours that I have in that game, is by basically eat, sleep, and Overwatch. That was all I did. Well, but I had work as well, so it was eat, sleep, work, and then Overwatch. And then some days, on my days off, it was just Overwatch the whole day. Whole day, every day. It was great. But that was back then. And then Minecraft was just... it's years I've spent on that game. Literal years. So that's why I have so many hours in that game. And then Zomboid, I guess, kind of. I'm building up more hours as time goes on. Zomboid is my third most played game. I got the urge to play the other day. It's super, super fun if you enjoy, like, depending on what you like to do in Minecraft. Whether you're a creative builder or a redstone sort of person, or you enjoy doing, like, storage systems, or, you know, you just like to farm or spelunk. Like, there's so many cool things that you can do and different areas you can explore. Yeah, you dropped off on pandas. I remember pandas kind of, and bamboo, and the when axolotls were new. But I haven't really played much since then. But I used to be really into Minecraft, like really, really into it. Like, deep diving into the hardcore packs and playing the expert mode packs, knowing all the mods, knowing mod creators, etc. I was really, really into it. But that's because I kind of go heart and soul into whatever I do as best I can. It's just how I am. Tis my nature. Okay, so we can't eat this yet. Or it would be unwise to. But yeah, it was a little while ago. Last time I played Minecraft, though, was with Karumi, and that was like, I think last year. It was for a short while. We had a few sessions. And it was fun. I enjoyed it. Karumi brought friends. And then Elm ended up taking over that server later with his friends, I think. But yeah, it's a fun game for sure. That's why I have the most hours that I have in a game in it. And it's going to take a long time before Zomboid is able to overtake that. Less for Overwatch, though. Because for Overwatch, I have about 1/4 the time that I put into Minecraft. Approximately. A little bit more than 1/4, I think. Or maybe a little less? I don't know. No, it'd be a little bit more than 1/4. Meanwhile, Zomboid is still sitting at about 1/3 the time of Overwatch. I can roughly guesstimate based on how long I've been playing the game and kind of. So it's not an exact number, but it's generally the amount, like, kind of. It's obviously not exact, but it's like roughly. Have I tried No Man's Sky? I put a little bit of time into No Man's Sky. I love being a Gek. I did the math on it, and it roughly came out to about 40k hours for Minecraft. Of course, remember, it's very rough, so I could be off by some, but it's roughly in that ballpark. And then for Overwatch, I have about 14,000 hours, and then for this game, I am sitting in the 4 to 5k range. But like I said, it's one of those things where I put my heart into a game because it's more fun that way. And I can really have a blast and focus on what I'm doing. Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, because I used to play Minecraft way back when it was on browser. Not quite as deep as back then. When they added hardcore to the game and survival settings, I was so enthralled. I played like every day, and I was quite reclusive at that time, and I didn't stream. I wasn't a streamer then. Um, I just enjoyed Minecraft, and it was during my days when I was in school, and like in terms of like um, it was fun, and I enjoyed it every second of every day. And then I did also play a lot of FPS games back then as well, which kind of helped me when I eventually picked up Overwatch. Of course, I didn't get to play Overwatch right away, even though I did succeed at getting in the beta. I was in the beta for Overwatch, I just couldn't play, which sucked. Because at the time, I was away from my computer for over a month, waiting for to return, so I couldn't play. So I was excited, and yeah, but didn't get to play for a while. But then when I did start playing, oh, I got really, really interested, and I was very good and did my duty as an Overwatch player, and also kind of maybe sort of played way too much, far too much. You're rocking a netbook. I remember getting my very first PC and being very, very happy with it. And then later, I remember years later, because my PC used to beep all the time, because it was having a malfunction. Um, I got a new PC, and it loaded the game. I used to crash Minecraft, and it used to take 10 to 20 minutes to load the game. So it would crash to desktop, and I would just happily sit there and wait 20 to, between 10 to 20 minutes for it to load back up, just to crash again. And then I'd wait for it to load back up. It's just like, and I'm just sitting there, just being happy, smiling, and enjoying. It's just fun times. I wonder how much of my Minecraft time is actually in loading screens. It's probably an embarrassingly large amount. Oh well, that's life. I used to just sip my tea and just enjoy. Or soda back then. I might have been drinking more soda back then. I don't really drink very much soda now. I've kind of curbed that and I'm just mostly tea. Yeah. That's kind of how I play Zomboid too. I just happily sit here and smile and I'm enjoying the game most of the time. Well, even when I'm doing the more mundane stuff, like I'm doing mechanics or I'm like right now I'm kind of just I'm thinking about what I want to do in terms of collecting that wool. Do I need the electric shaver? How do I go about that? Um, and then also the fish. I was planning on doing some fishing, but I'm like, I don't need the calories. So I was gonna do some foraging, and yeah, I'm just bouncing back and forth between thoughts. There we go. You cut back and went more beer. That's understandable. I mean, sometimes it's good to have a bit of alcohol every once in a while to kind of, you know. But I haven't really had. I'm more of a social, not alcoholic, but like I'm more of a social drinker, and I'm a friendly drunk, in terms of, but I'm competitive. So if there's like a video game competition or something going on, I'll try and compete. So that I'm a bit of a competitive, but I'm not an angry drunk. When I do drink, I am that I'm a happy person a lot of the time. But I'll try and play some like games. There is actually I have from a long time ago. I have an OS score or Ozu, depending on what you prefer for a Beatmaster game, that I got when I was drunk, and I actually still can't beat it because I was in a flow state at the time, and it's an unbeatable score in my book. It's like pure perfection and high numbers, and I just can't get higher than it. You don't drink alcohol because you hate the taste. I can understand. Emma's the same way. Emma doesn't like alcohol at all. I don't mind certain alcohols, and I have a palate that. But for beers, I can't do beers because I can taste the yeast and the hops. So it's and they're not pleasant tastes for me, so I can't do beers. But I can do almost all of the other kinds of alcohol. I found Scotch to be very burny though, so I would try to avoid Scotch if I can. It's very burny, burns my throat. Because we got some expensive Scotch one time, and eesh, it's good. Like the flavor is not bad. It's just it hurts the throat going down. Yeah, I don't drink very often. I have though before, like social occasions, special occasions, celebrations, stuff like that. It's just very seldom. I don't like to drink very often. Okay, let's have a peek at how much wool this gives us, because it says moderate. So I'm curious if that's a decent amount, and sheepy friends. I want to pet you. Yes, you're a good sheep. Yes, yes, you are. Ah, yes. I forgot the and I can't trim your wool with nothing, so I'll be right back. Yeah, good times though. Project Zomboid is the most stressful, cozy game out there. I think it's just nice, though. Yeah, it does have its moments where it can be kind of stressful. And even in those moments, though, it's pretty relaxing, depending on the perspective that you take. Nine raw wool. You're a good ram, yes you are. Alright, let's clean you off. You're rescheduling an appointment, got 0 response, hate having to do government stuff. Okay, yeah, I can understand. I don't like dealing with the government either. I find it's very tedious a lot of the time that they put a lot of extra steps in that are pointless, like absolutely pointless in having them in there. But so long as you jump the hoops as quick as you can, like I mean, you don't have to deal with them for very long. You know. Same for taxes. And so long as you put in the information, send it in, they'll let you know if you owe, and if you do owe, then you can deal with it. If you don't, though, they'll send you money back usually. And it's nice to receive some of that money back, but at the same time, I always take it with a grain of salt. Like, for example, they tried to give out a big payment to Canadians at one point in time, right? They tried to give every Canadian, oh, hey, everybody, because of COVID and a bunch of that other stuff, we'll give you guys a couple $1,000s. I was like, okay, that's great and all. I'm not spending a single dime of that because I'm expecting them to take it back. And they totally did. They asked for it back. I was like, okay, yeah, here, take your money back. You obviously don't understand the idea of foresight. It's just at all. What did they say? They tried to take the money back, to which I said, okay, here you go, and I gave it back. And then they said they gave me back a portion of it because I paid it back to them. They gave me back a little bit. They're like, yeah, we didn't need the whole thing back. Here, you can have back some of it. I was like, yeah, okay. And it just makes me roll my eyes. It's like, eh. Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? Because they were giving them out to everyone, like for I can't remember what it was for. It was for a couple thousand. They giving it out to everybody. It's very frustrating though, because like I said, I knew they were gonna ask for it back, so I was like, why bother giving it to us in the first place? You know that there's gonna be a lot of folks that are just gonna spend that money right away, and then they're not gonna be able to pay it back. It's like you're forcing people into situations that is bad. It's not wise. I don't understand that. It's just like, for example, something frustrating to me about school systems. But although I haven't been in the early levels of school for a long time, so I don't exactly know their curriculum. But I remember when I was in my youth that they didn't teach us things like credit, or they didn't teach us things about, here's how you buy a house. No, none of that was taught in school. They were busy teaching us about useless crap like cover letters. Which, I mean, yeah, you kind of need that, but I mean, it's like very mundane, and people very rarely even read that shit. No offense to the school system, but I've hired many, many people and read very few cover letters. Not that they don't need one. I prefer to them to have one, of course, but reading it, I don't really read them. Yeah, it's a bad system, but it's meant to be that way. It's not a good system on purpose. They don't want to teach people to be smart. That doesn't come till later, and even at that point, you've already had some issues with the system itself. It's made poor on purpose. But yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to be offensive to any systems that may be in place and all of that. It's just, it's a pain. And it's a pain point for me. Enjoy the hat for emotional support. It's okay. I understand. I should have left the shears there, actually. It would have been wiser. Okay, never mind. Hindsight's 2020. Still to this day, I haven't written one cover letter. I've written a few, but and I'd rather receive a cover letter than not. But like I said, I don't very often read them. I just acknowledge that it exists as a part of their resume, and I'm like, okay, well that's good, and then I continue on looking for the criteria that I'm depending on the position, which I mean varies. Like sometimes drivers, sometimes cleaners, sometimes other folks. Like it depends. Got to fill the positions as they're needed, right? I don't want to eat that right now. Let's go looking for food. It's because government currently is governments are controlled by corporations and they run everything. Just like, for example, the crown and religion used to be the old way to do it. That's how it goes at the moment. I'm not political, but at the same time, I understand how the systems work. And it's why I didn't get into that stuff. I was thinking about it. I really was. I might have been a politician at one point in time. Because it's one of those things where I was thinking about it. It's just not the type of system that I want to be involved in. It's, as I was digging deeper and trying to understand it, and it started to get worse and worse, and I just was like, I'm not going to be a good person after this. If I get involved in this, I'm just going to be not liking myself anymore. So I was like, I'm not going to do that. Oh, we can take fitness off of here. Van Higgins for president. Let's make Van president. He'd be the best president. What do you think about things, Van? I'm gonna build a wall. That's what he would say. Because he is building a wall currently. I support Van too. He's gonna build a wall. Nobody has to pay for it because he's chopping down the trees himself. Where'd you get the wood, Van? From the forest. Which forest? The forest. Beware the cannibals. No, I wandered in the wrong area. Yeah, he's already following up on his promises. He's actually done a lot of things that he said he was going to do. He went to look for his brother Truck. He actually succeeded in trying to find Truck. He managed to go over to West Point, do that. He looked for Minnie in Irvington. Like, I mean, he's done work. I can respect his stance. Although I don't think he wants to get into politics either. Yeah, that's as political as I'm gonna get. I don't have any opinions on the current events at this time. It's ludicrous. It's just insane. I don't know. I don't even know how to process that stuff. It's not meant to be processed anyways, I don't feel. I feel like it's meant to be a distraction. Yeah, I was looking through the IDs a little bit. I didn't find one that said truck, which is why we went with the idea that he got away, right? Because there's no IDs that say truck, so yeah, that's true. I think it's every country's like that though. Because I've been looking at the politics in Sweden as well, and it's like, I don't know. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I don't know. It's one of those things where I guess it sways to one way or the other sometimes. I'm not sure. No, it's not a country specific thing. They're just bad all around. Because it's not a system that's meant to be good. Human beings are just not really that good to each other, to truth be told. One day we'll figure it out, though, I hope. Like I said before, and it sounds crazy, but it's like the only thing that makes sense in my brain is that the only way that we're going to unite and be a good, um, like, species is if we have AI like Skynet appear or um, aliens. Because then we'll band together to at least look nice for the aliens, depending on if they're hostile or not. Like, because if they aren't, if they're not hostile and they want like they want to be friendly and stuff, we'll spruce up our species to be a little bit nicer. Oh yeah, no, we're all united. We're good. You know. Meanwhile, yeah, it all depends. I don't know. Those are the two ideas that I have currently. I don't think will be we'll be nice to each other otherwise because we think we're the best. We're the best. Such ego. There we go. Dried chives. Alright, we are like geared up and ready. The sheep are good. They're sheared. I have a little bit of wool. Look, we have 14 raw wool. That's awesome. Fill my water, send Van to bed, and then he's basically ready for March Ridge. Let's put you to bed. One year survived, 9 months, and then he's gonna head over to March Ridge. I wonder how long it's gonna take him to take that down. Remember, it took 2 streams for West Point. It took 3 streams for Muldra. I'm expecting it's gonna probably take at least 2 streams to do March Ridge. So we'll see. But I also want to do this surrounding area as well. So that's this area down here. We'll probably do this area up here as well while we're at it. And then also I want to do down this section down here, which includes the resort as well as some of these other off areas. I think this is a power station, but I don't know for sure. As well as I kind of want to show you guys this. This is cool. This is a really cool little area, and you'd really like it, I think. I liked it when I found it. I was like, oh, it's so cute. It's a church, but not a church as well, because it's like, yeah, I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it. It's really cute. But yeah, doing this will be fun as well as this. But that'll clean up a lot of this stuff that's over here outside of, remember, we're not doing this. This is last. So after we're done that and doing these, and I might go out here and see what this is. We'll probably gear up to do Echo Creek after that. So there's a lot to Echo Creek that's like side bits, that like little areas like this to go and check out. So we'll go and do all that. That's going to take quite a while to get through. But and then this store right here, I expect this to take at least 2 days to do this and this, because these are fairly, they're okay pop. Even on Apocalypse, they've got a fair amount of pop. So we'll be basically living out of Echo Creek, probably in the same location as most folks. I might base in this house though instead, just because it's kind of close by and there's less blind spots, but we'll see. I know going to the Ovo farm though, it's gonna be most of the chickens are dead. So we'll see. But anyways, that is my stopping point for today. Because, well, I mean, we did all the prep, everything's ready to go, and the next step will be to go there, so it makes sense to wrap it up at that moment. So I'll play tomorrow. But that means that I'm going to raid out here in a moment, so we can go and hang out with somebody else who's probably got a fairly good playthrough on the go. And or if I decide to do variety, we'll see. Um, Wow. I mean, I kind of want to raid rural because I think it would be the best choice. You guys can go hang out with rural. Rural's great. He's doing a time 16 run and he's just taken over the resort, so you guys can hang out with him and see. The resort is actually one of the places that I'm gonna go to after March Ridge is done, so I'm looking forward to it. Anyways, it's been my pleasure as always. If you guys want, Discord is there. I don't know if, depending on which socials you enjoy, there's like a bunch of them, I guess. They're all under my About section. Anyways,